Oh boy. Oh.
You're up, Steven.
Okay, so last session we set off from the camp where we had our camp by the moon radishes, where there had been the very stoned kobolds, and we we set off and we traveled south, east. South, or was it southwest? Southwest. Sorry, we traveled southwest, and we went to river, the Thorn River. We discovered the Thorn River camp, where the bandits that we had been looking for, the ones who had been behind the raid, the sort of the extortion scheme that had been driving Oleg and Svetlana, where they were nearly at the point where they would have to pack up shop. So we found the camp, and Dietrich went in to scout and rolled a natural 1 on his stealth roll, but was able to return to us and report that he saw 6 bandits. One of which was Kressel, who was the female leader, who we know is Svetlana's sister. And then came back to us, and we moved in and tried to set up for an ambush. But but the bandits had noticed Dietrich, and so they had prepared a counter ambush. And we ended up in a long, drawn out, and difficult battle, wherein everybody except for Darkassin ended up pretty wounded. Nessia was temporarily banished back into Rhea's head when she got slashed up by Kressel's axes. Kressel was very, very good at hitting people with those axes, and we managed to non-lethally take Kressel down and restrain her. And Darkassin made use of his healing hands, his healing hands hacks, and got us all back on our feet. In the aftermath, we found tents at long last. Our little mini quest of searching for tents. So we now actually had tents, and we slept there overnight over Rhea's objections. Rhea wanted to prioritize getting back as soon as possible, due to some concern over what Oleg would do to the prisoners that we had taken and had been keeping there. But Darkassin and Dietrich in particular did not want to ride back during the night. We spent the night at the Thorn River camp. We were awoken fairly early on in the evening by a pair of people who were walking down the road. One of whom was a half-elf and one was a human. And we didn't engage them, and they didn't engage us, and they walked on. And then we made our way back to the trading post the next morning with Kressel in tow. Kressel happened to fall off a horse at least once in the process. But we did eventually make it back, where we discovered that Oleg had killed the bandits who we had taken prisoner, and they are now hanging on the side of the wall. And we had some brief comments about that, and we resigned that we were going to have to talk to Oleg and see what, and then at that point the session ended.
Detail, I like it.
Pretty good.
Cool.
How's everyone else feel about it?
Pretty good.
Thumbs up.
Okay. Got your reroll.
Okay, I'll try to remember that I have it.
This is something we do every week, Joseph. We'll have one person do the recap of the last session based on a die roll. If you did last week's recap, you don't get a roll for this, the following week. And every week that you don't get to do a recap, you can add a +1 to your die roll if you remember it. As you can see, Dietrich didn't have any modifiers, but Rhea did. Will didn't remember his, so
Yeah, sorry.
It's not a problem. Not something I'm making you guys do. It's optional. So, had Will remembered modifiers, he would have ended up doing the recap. But if you do a good enough job with the recap, then you can re-roll your dice at some point during the session before the outcome of a roll is determined. The exceptions for that being damage and attack rolls, because you'll automatically see what those are, and there's no way to prevent that. So, if Steven doesn't use it today, then that reroll will disappear. That happened. I think that happened in our last session, didn't it?
No,
No, no.
Dirk hasn't used his.
No, I made
He re-rolled his 1 on the D4.
Definitely.
Make it
actually did.
That's my bad. That's not what I meant. I meant the last session we had today.
Oh,
Oh no. Corgan remembered to use his. He used
Did
it
he?
on the he used it on his first attack roll against Mephisto. He missed both times.
Sucks.
That
Yeah.
it does.
Okay. Well, get this thing started. You guys were just walking back to the outpost. We were on like the outside of it.
Yes, and we had just encountered the bandits who had been put up, and Rhea had just commented that, well, I guess I'm going to have to talk to Oleg.
yeah.
Seems rather down about it.
As soon as Dietrich hears this, he kind of starts giving Ray a little closer of a look. Just kind of fixes his eyes on her in a little worrisome way.
All right, so I guess we'll head back into the trading post.
Mm-hmm.
You guys walk into the trading post. Gates are open. Nothing weird going on there. Get into the center. You see that the fire doesn't look like it's been used at all today. And you can go put your animals in the stall if you'd like. You do notice one thing though. It looks like since you guys left, a new project has started. Looks like three very short segments of a log have been propped up over by the front of the inn. There's two that are standing vertically, and then one that goes horizontally across it. Like they've been secured.
So, okay. So, would our tokens be on the map as well, or
Map for some.
I guess we don't technically need the map. Never mind. um. So, at this point, we don't see Oleg or Svetlana anywhere.
Neither of them are out.
Okay. I guess Rhea with Nessia in tow, we're gonna head for the trading post building proper.
Walk in, and things seem um mostly normal in here. Exception that there's no one actually at the desk at the end of normally or like the counter is desk. Normally you'd see Svetlana there, or occasionally Oleg, or at least somewhere in the shop, seeing as they're not outside. But neither of them are in there. You hear sounds like some people are talking in the dining room.
So, Rhea is going to knock on the wall by the door to the dining room, so that she is not rude.
Yeah. You hear Oleg's voice from the other side. Come in.
All right. So then Rhea will open the door and go in, and Nessia will sort of wait in the doorway, or if the others are coming too. So, anyone else gonna be coming in, or?
Yeah, I'll be right behind you.
So you
They're casting waits
see,
outside the door like Nemo kid.
Oleg and Svetlana in there, and they're talking to two men. One of them in pretty heavy looking armor.
Right. So Rhea will say hello to the. Oh, Oleg, Svetlana, we have returned from dealing with the bandits as you requested. They shouldn't be troubling you anymore. And who are these people?
You see the older man in armor. He gets up out of his seat pretty quickly, and he brings like a partially gauntleted glove up to your hand and says, Preston, my squire, Thod.
It is a pleasure to meet both of you, Keston and Thod. I am Rhea of House Orlovsky, and these are my friends, Dietrich and Darkhausen's outside the room, and this is Nessia. And Nessia sort of waves a tentacle and makes a happy chiming noise.
Uh, nice to meet all of you. House Garrus. And he kind of just brings right shoulder over, kind of adjust it so you can see it, and you see the emblem of House Garrus. Came with troubling news from Brevoy.
Oh, what is the news? Rhea sounds more than slightly concerned at that. That's her home.
That's, fair. More of a request, lady. Posting, actually. And he turns around towards Thod and he says, Thod? No. And you see this young man, he starts going through a bunch of different wrapped up scrolls that he has in like paper in a very large packed satchel bag. And he pulls one out. And on the note, it has a printed image of like Creston's face on it. And at the top, it says, Wanted, Fulgrim Sneak. Hands you this. Like, Oleg informed me that a board will be put up at some point in the near future. This should end up on it. Criminal who robbed me and my entourage. Reportedly, he's fled down here to the Green Belt. Believe he has something to do with House Sertova. No direct confirmed connections yet, but we're close.
So you said this had Creston's face on it?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like him. Like, there's an image at the bottom that looks like his face.
Oh boy.
So that is a little bit concerning.
One week Sean's not here. He's become a wanted man.
Right. No, what I mean is, so for purposes of us of us knowing, where would Creston be right now? Because he's with us in the group, but he's not in the room, I guess.
Yeah, no, Creston's with you. The man you're talking to is named Keston Garris. I hope there's
Yes.
not going on there.
No, you said that
Okay.
there was a picture of Creston at the bottom of the
No.
paper.
I said there was a picture of Keston.
Oh,
This is
I'm
gonna get
sorry.
so
I
weird.
misheard you.
Kressel,
I misheard you.
Creston, Keston. We got a bunch of overlapping names.
We
Okay,
do.
okay, that makes so much more sense. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
there's a
thought you said that
picture of
I
the
thought it was a
man in
wanted
front of you.
poster. Okay, I thought it was a wanted poster for our party member. I was like, uh-oh.
That would have been great. He's a wanted criminal with known connections to House Sertova. Yeah, that would have been great to drop that on him when he's not here.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, jeez.
Miss
Especially
a
given
session, become a criminal.
Okay, so
Whew.
That's great.
Okay, confusion cleared up. So Rhea looks at this. So it has the information about this fugitive on it.
Yeah. He's definitely, like, if you begin to read it, he'll give you a moment to read that as he goes back and sits down at his like chair. He actually has one of the chairs. On the note in like very good handwriting, it says, "I, Creston Garris, am searching for a Varisian man named Fulgrim Sneak. This man robbed a group of us and has reportedly fled to the Green Belt. I've heard rumors that this man has been conducting other acts of banditry in the region. I can arrange for 4 masterwork weapons as a reward for his capture. If slain, the reward shall be halved."
All right. Well, Keston, if we find this man, we will do our best to bring him to you alive.
I will be spending some of my time here at the outpost. I have some business with Oleg, and I'm expecting a runner sometime in the next few days. So if by chance you happen to find him by then, it would be a lot easier for me to acquire the reward deserved for the capture of this bandit.
Thank you for letting us know. Do you have any idea where he might be in this region, or you just know that he fled somewhere into this vicinity?
We came down south to Oleg's trading post the following morning after the act happened. He can't be that far from here. At best, a day ahead of us. And we arrived yesterday.
Rhea nods.
Upon hearing this, Dietrich kind of gently walks out of the building and goes to where Cressel is being put, which I assume she's still with the horses.
You haven't told me otherwise, so yes.
I go over to her and I'd be like, well, this has took an interesting turn. Tell me, You know anyone by the name of Fulgrim Sneeg?
Oh, you're going out to the barn to talk to her about this?
Yes.
And she's not gonna respond to you.
Very well.
Oh shoot! I probably should have saved that note. Could you share the note again? I'm gonna put it in a save thing.
It's just
It's-
under images. You can go find it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's my bad.
Question is, how many images are in here that you shouldn't have?
Oh. I don't know. Actually, where's the? I don't even know where the images is.
It's just a sidebar.
Under uncategorized, we don't really have a lot. We only have like maybe a couple that shouldn't be in here.
I don't go by groups. I just leave it on all and hit the shared button if I'm trying to see what you guys have. Called Handout Wanted Fulgrim Sneeg.
Ah, all right. Okay, thanks.
Since Cressel has yet to it seems to be refusing to divulge any information, Dietrich takes her into the room where we were holding Hats Biden and the other guy, and just kind of keeps her in there, still hogtied. Kind of leans her up against one of the walls, then head back.
Can you give me a perception check?
Okay, let's see. Oh,
You can see like two sets of like fresh blood stains, not anything abnormal, like just residual from the blood that was left from the wounds you guys created on those bandits. It looks like it's been cleaned up like today.
Mhm.
okay.
So Rhea's going to while Dietrich is doing that, Rhea looks at Oleg and Svetlana and says, "We were also able to, in dealing with the bandits, complete your request as well, Svetlana. And when you're ready, we can arrange for you to talk." You know, that they were able to successfully do that.
You cut out a little bit for me there. Can you go over that one more time?
Oh, yeah, so Rhea said to Svetlana and Oleg that we were able, in dealing with the bandits, we were also able to deal with, to fulfill your other request. And Svetlana, when you're ready, we can arrange for you to talk. And she smiles. And she's trying to be circumspect about it saying exactly what it was, because there's the other people in here, and she does not want to be revealing family information about Oleg and Svetlana and stuff to others.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It looks like she's picking up what you're saying. She gets a big smile when you say this, and then she says, "You found my ring?"
And Rhea will say, "Sure." Uh, or and then if you want to come with me, I will show you.
Preston is like begins to slowly glance from you to Svetlana as you're talking.
You want a bluff check?
Here, you can give me one.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Bluffing a guard and his subordinate. This is awesome.
Well, I'm just asking if you wanted one, but yeah, okay, here we go.
That almost ended poorly.
That could have been very bad, yes.
Svetlana looks over at Thod and Heston and says, "You'll excuse me, gentlemen. I need to help some of my customers." She smiles at everyone and gets up and like waits for you guys to like move so she can move. Remember, it's like
Yeah.
a very tight room, so like if you guys have just entered, she can't leave until you do.
Yeah, Nessia will move out of the way, and Rhea will lead Svetlana out.
So at this point, is it just like Darkassian in here?
We're missing Tarkassin. I think he had another internet dump.
He's
If you're
still in
talking, Griffin, we
chat.
can't hear you.
Cool. We won't worry about Griffin then.
There he is. Maybe.
Yep,
Hey, Griffin, you there?
yep, I'm here. Sorry, my signal's fading in and out.
I've had that problem multiple times.
So, we were asking if you were still in the room or not.
Negative, I am waiting outside of it.
Cool.
So no one is currently in the room. Well, none of us anyway.
Exactly.
But, oh, never mind.
Good to know. Where are you leading her, Rhea?
So Rhea is going to out, and then, well, okay. So as far as she knew, Cressel was over with the horses. So she's going to lead over towards the horses. But I believe didn't
If
William, you say that Dietrich was going to be coming out of the storage room?
yeah, just put her down. I was just coming back out of it. If we run into each other, Dietrich would look over and be like, "She's in here."
Yeah. So Rhea will lead her in there instead.
I think
Tried to ask her
Svetlana
about this.
looks a little like worried and confused.
About what? That Crystal's tied up, or
Just when Dietrich says that.
Don't worry, she's unharmed. Just a little tied up.
Yes, Svetlana doesn't not gonna respond to that. That's what you're waiting for.
Oh, yeah. I kind of just keep the door open, let them both in.
As soon as Svetlana sees her sister presumably tied up like you tied the other bandits up, she's gonna run over there and pull like a knife out from like underneath her sleeve, start cutting the ropes as she's like trying to like get a response out of Creston. Begins asking her like if she's okay, if she's had enough food, enough water, if she's hurt, does she go get bandages or any kind of ointments or anything, and not really giving her sister room to speak.
I would be careful untying her.
until just a day ago, she was trying to kill us.
Your words don't seem to have any effect on Svetlana's actions.
In that case, he just closes the door and just kind of puts his hand on his axe, ready to unsheath it at anything.
All right. Rhea will wait in there with Nessia. To make sure that nothing bad happens.
Okay. Wrestle.
And she'll.
Once she like gets untied, she kind of starts like stretching her feet, kind of like wrists, dealing with some comforts, and she kind of just like looks at her sister, and like lets her sister embrace her. Now Svetlana and Kressel are hugging. Kressel though seems fairly reluctant. And sorry, what was that?
Sorry, reacting to the scene.
All good. Kressel reluctantly hugs her sister. Svetlana starts crying, and Kressel finally like utters her first word. Says, "When do you start hiring mercenaries?" And then her sister kind of like continues crying, but she like lets out a soft chuckle. And at this point, Svetlana lets go of her sister, kind of like slowly starts readjusting, and in the direction of Svetlana and Rhea and Nessia in the background. And Svetlana like kind of just turns back towards you, Rhea, and is like,
If you'd like a moment of privacy, we can step out. Doesn't look like anything bad's going to happen. Glad that we were able to bring her back.
she smiles at you, and you can see she's like trying to keep her teeth out of it, but it like just creeps up until it's like full blown and uncontrolled. Thank you very much, Rhea. And
Yes,
she
we're
runs up towards
very
you,
happy.
and she like embraces you in a very tight hug.
Well, Rhea will hug back. Give her a hug back, and then after the hug is over, she and Nessia will slip out and let the sisters talk.
Dietrich will follow, but kind of just stand guard outside the door, just in case.
Okay.
And Rhea will comment to Oh, I'm sorry, you were saying something.
I
Go
was just
first.
gonna lean against the wall, just be like, Dietrich's gonna lean against the wall and be like,
I'll stand here in case something happens. You never can be too careful.
Rhea is going to comment to Dietrich that I feel like we did something good here. Even if other things didn't go exactly as planned. Seeing how happy she was to see her sister definitely makes things a lot better.
Indeed, just so long as she can keep her out of trouble. Next group of bandits to come wandering through. Next time she tries to wander through some bandits, whatever adventurers come looking for her next likely won't be so merciful.
Yeah. Well, at least this particular situation, positive ending. And then Rhea's going to I think Nessia is actually going to stay out there too with Dietrich. And Rhea's going to go and Rhea's going to ask, Actually, what time is it right now, Jacob?
What you needed? I think it's 6 hours of travel. Like 6 in the afternoon right now. So I
Okay.
said they got here yesterday, but they probably got here this morning. I apologize for that.
Okay. You know, that actually raises the interesting question, and it would raise it to Rhea based on what they said when they got here this morning, whether Oleg is actually the reason that those bandits are hung up there, or whether it was the newcomers.
That's fair. As a prominent member of one of the houses, he can like legitimately have anyone of noble birth, not of noble birth, like hung for an accusation of banditry.
Yeah.
I mean, he can have him hung
So,
for a lot of other reasons, but that's a pretty good one.
so yeah. So Rhea's ire towards Oleg on that has gone down a bit because she's not sure, and she does not want to blame someone who isn't responsible for it, even if So she's not sure about that. But were they eating in there or just talking?
They weren't eating. There was drinks at the table though.
Okay. I was just asking because if there was food, then Rhea would have offered to see if there was any food that she could bring back, since Dietrich has to is standing guard outside the door. But there wasn't food, so that is fine.
No, they were not expecting you tonight.
Okay.
I mean, presumably though, you're going to be paying for a night's stay, which means they can provide you with that. Though there's probably 2 beds that aren't available tonight.
That is true. Fortunately, we have tents now, so so people will have better setup if they have to sleep in other places inside the compound.
You guys have 1 tent.
Okay. Rhea has a tent now, because she's the one who claimed the tent. She will let someone else use the tent for that, obviously. But I guess so Svetlana's in there talking to Kressel. That's probably going to take a little while. I guess we could have. I guess Rhea would probably go back inside and ask what else. Because Keston didn't actually tell us what the news was from Brevoy. He just showed the wanted sign, right?
Yeah.
So she's gonna go back in there and try to find out what the actual news from Brevoy is.
Sounds like a good call.
So Rhea heads back in and goes back into the room. And is there currently an open seat?
Yeah. So there was the 2 chairs and then 2 boxes pulled up. So there's a box that you can go sit on where you know, where Svetlana was at one point.
Right. Rhea's gonna take a seat and then ask. So, Keston, you said that there was news from Brevoy, and you showed us the wanted information, but what is the news?
Outside of the regular idle chatter, there isn't anything that I have to provide outside of that. I was talking about the wanted note.
Oh, alright. Well, that's good at least.
He just gives
No
you like a
news is
knowing
good
nod.
news. And she nods back.
For anyone who isn't familiar, there's like a lot of tension going on in Brevoy right now between most of the houses.
Oh, I did my research. I'm pretty familiar. I like to think that might be part of the reason why House Lapita entrusted Dietrich as an ally to go into the belt for some extra out to possibly develop a new alliance.
And Yep, that makes sense. So, I guess we just, so they were on their way here, and then they had this run-in with this guy. So what was bringing you, here before you had the encounter with the criminal?
We were originally heading down to the land of Galt on a diplomatic mission for House Garrus.
I see.
Yeah, if you're heading to Galt is basically like directly south of Brevoy, but you have to use the official road. You need to like skirt the stolen lands, and get past the Tours of Levinus, and then head like southwest to Galt. A pretty big journey, but it's definitely a lot faster than going through the stolen lands, and it's way safer.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's probably a couple week journey depending on where in Galt he's going. Could be up to like a month.
Okay. Well, hopefully we will be able to find this Fulgrim and bring him back to you before you have to depart, continue your journey to Galt.
And that would be amazing. If not, Oleg already has orders, provided him with a means for contacting my family via the regular travelers from here that head up to Rostov. If you have completed the deed, my family will reward you with what I have promised.
Of course.
It will be quite some time before I end up back home, though I will be passing through here again, and I'm looking forward to see what you as well as the rest of the expeditions into the stolen lands have accomplished by the time I make it back to our homeland.
Yes, I have high hopes. This place certainly, there's a lot of potential here if we can deal with the problems that beset it.
He doesn't look like he believes you.
He
He's
doesn't look like he believes there's a lot of potential.
he like he nods when you say that, and he's good at hiding it, but you guys have been in grown up in similar situations throughout your lives, so you
Yeah.
can kind of pick up on him trying to mask it a little bit. And and he just says, well, if the banditry can be taken care of, I've heard about quite a few dreams down here. I'd love to see if any of them are actually true.
There are many stories. I know that my mother told me some. This place is ripe for adventure, or so it would seem.
Takes his drink and he raises it up. You see Thod follow pretty quickly, and Oleg shortly after, and he says, "To adventures, more importantly, to adventurers," and he nods in your direction.
And Ray, a little bit awkwardly, but raises a. Well, she doesn't have a glass. She just sort of raises a hand as if echoing the sentiment.
He gives you like a nice loud chuckle.
It looks like one of us is short a drink. Oleg? Uh, Oleg's kind of just been going along with everyone up to this point, and he says, of course. And he gets up and he walks off out the door towards presumably some ale. A few moments if you'd like to talk to Eston or Thod without Oleg around. Yeah.
So actually, Rhea is going to ask Kesta, is going to Ed. When we departed from the trading post to investigate the additional bandits, we had left 2 prisoners here. You said that you arrived this morning, and when we returned, we found the people we had left here captive on the wall. Were they deceased when you arrived, or?
Yeah, he becomes pretty focused on the bit of conversation that you're throwing out there. And bandits, Oleg told me all about them. I was eager to see what had come of them. Not particularly talkative, were they?
They were not the most talkative, though one of them did give us a significant amount of information, and it had been an arrangement to potentially rehabilitate at least that one, since he had been willing to cooperate with our investigation into the others.
Yeah, he like laughs at that actually quite loudly. Might sound a little exaggerated for other people, but it seems to fit him pretty well. Rehabilitation for banditry, that's a good one. While I do admit I've seen less fortunate folk turn to a life of crime and, in some ways, redeem themselves, this far away from any civilized lands where they can put them in a controlled environment, I couldn't see that happening. He almost seems like he's enjoying, definitely enjoying this conversation more than anything you've talked about up to this point.
I see. So he finds the, okay. That's interesting. Well, it is my belief that the vast majority of people who end up in such situations, if given the opportunity and a better chance, can improve themselves. I think very few people are unredeemable.
There are many lords and ladies that carry the same sentiment as you, and I can appreciate it. I also appreciate the brutal realism that a frontier like this brings about. Maybe in a different place, those men could be rehabilitated, but this isn't the one.
I see. So, did you give the order, then, for them to hang?
He looks over at you real quickly from his drink, a little surprised. Did I give the order? I'm not. I could tell Oleg to do many things, but I'm not going to tell a man how to run his own trading post.
Thank you. I just wanted to, know going forward. Your information is thank you for answering. And Rhea seems slightly as if she did not mean to imply anything rude.
In all fairness, it's not it would make sense for a nobleman to do that. The fact that he seemed offended by this is kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Maybe give me like a knowledge nobility check.
Sure.
You
I
might
can do
know a
that.
bit about this guy. He's not like a head of House Garrus, but he is a member you might know something about.
Sure. Just pull that up.
Anyone who has knowledge nobility and has seen Keston up to this point could give it to me. I would also let you do a knowledge local if you have spent a decent amount of time in the Garrus homelands, which is well, maybe not the Garrus homelands specifically. If you've spent a decent amount of time in southern Brevoort, then I would give you a difficult knowledge local check. Okay. Yeah, you actually know a little bit. I can give you a little bit of insight into Keston Garrus. He is a member of the Garrus family. He's a little bit of an anomaly within his house. He belongs to one of the lesser branches, and he's known for doing he grew up in a branch of the Garrus home family underneath his father. They leave a subsect basically that deals with a lot of the trade routes within that portion of the country, which is pretty bustling. They technically like have the closest domain to you guys, at least when it comes to caravans. And Keston Garrus is the first son within the subsect of the family, and he has this kind of abnormal position when it comes to what he does for his family. He does a lot of these big journeys, so he doesn't spend a lot of time home. And part of that reason is because he doesn't think too fondly of most noblemen. He doesn't like really their lack of willingness to have a more hands-on approach to a lot of things, and he doesn't like the amount of time it takes a lot of these noblemen to actually go out and do something when they could just accomplish it by themselves. He's a very hands-on man who likes getting things done as soon as he thinks he can. And part of the reason he has this role where he does all this traveling is because he's not known for being very kind to the noblemen around him. And normally I say nobleman as like a general for nobility, but in this case I specifically mean men. He is very gentlemanly, but he doesn't treat other noblemen with the respect that everyone else is expected to, because he thinks they're weak. He thinks they don't do things they should. He thinks most of them are bad leaders. So part of that might be like shot in your direction. He's definitely being nicer to you, probably just because you're a woman.
Right. Okay. Though to be fair, now he doesn't know this, but Rhea did not attempt to order Oleg to do anything, and like was paying for the bandits to be stored here,
So
paying their room and board.
that's why he seemed offended, even though it would have been normal. It's not something that he generally does. He guides people. He doesn't command people. So whether or not there's a difference to some people is up to interpretation.
So he may. So this also would indicate he may have guided Oleg in that direction.
Yes.
He just didn't give the order.
If
And the semantics is important.
it is
Okay.
important.
And Rhea would understand that.
Yeah,
Especially
I was trying to
given she's a
clue you into
diplomat.
that earlier.
Yeah.
Like he definitely avoided directly answering that question.
Mhm. And Rhea sort of nods, and she's definitely gotten a impression here. I think a significant amount of her irritation towards Oleg on this particular front has simmered down because there seems to have been another influencing factor here, and yeah. But hope Griffin is able to reappear soon.
That'd be cool.
Fortunate not having Dark Acid. Dark Acid is great. But yeah, do you think at this point Oleg would be coming back, or do you think there'd be more talking?
No, it doesn't take him long to come. Probably a little bit of polite chatter between Oleg.
Rhea will thank Oleg for the drink, and say that our party is hoping to stay here again, at least for tonight. And we were wondering if you had either beds or space available, and we are certainly willing to pay again.
I'm sorry, miss, but Heston over here has rented out all 4 of the beds.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, he puts your drink down and you see that's a small like portable egg down table kind of closest to him for a few more. As soon as you say I see, Keston. So, of course, my lady, you and one of your companions are welcome to use said beds. I was trying to help. Oleg doesn't look like happy at all when he hears that. And Keston makes note of it. He's looking at Oleg as that facial expression slips in there. Says, and God, to ask him, he might be willing to spare his bed.
Rhea nods and says that your generosity is appreciated.
God,
And Oleg, I will of course pay for the we will of course pay for our lodgings as well, since we will be using them, and pay you for the food, since I can tell you we've traveled all day and we are quite famished.
Keston's already paid for the bedrooms. 2 people worth of food I can provide. If you want any more, you'll have to pay for it, and I'm willing to let you stay in the storage room or with the horses if you're comfortable with that. Can't provide much shelter otherwise.
I think that will be fine. How much is it going to, Jacob? How much would it be to pay for the food?
So the food's normally included in like stay. You normally pay for a night's lodging and you get meals for that night, and then you leave that morning, so they normally have something for you in the morning.
Mhm.
So if you give him, I mean, he hasn't given you anything specific, but presumably if you give him that 5 silver, you can stay in the storage room or in the
small. It's not even really a barn. I guess we could call it one for simplicity's sake. You could stay in the barn or the storage room for the 5 silver.
Okay, so it'd be 5 silver per person or 5 silver total?
5 silver per person. But
Okay.
Castangaris already said that like 2 of you can stay in the
Right.
guest house, and if Thod's okay with it, one of you can his bed as well.
Okay, I was just thinking because there are technically, well, there's Rhea, Dietrich, Creston, and Darkassin that we know about. So
Yeah. So
um,
Preston hasn't been around. The last time anyone saw him was when you guys originally got in here, and Creston and both like the last 2 Creston left, but when he came back get Cressel, Preston was gone.
hmm.
Presumably he's around.
Okay. Well, right.
And as speaking of which, I would like to point out that Dietrich has been keeping his ear close to the door in case there's like any kind of scuffle inside the storage room.
No, you haven't heard anything. It's actually hard to pick out what people are saying. It's not like the doors are sealed or anything. Like you can definitely hear Svetlana and Russell talking to each other, but it's definitely very quietly. Like definitely trying to keep their voices down.
Right.
So if you guys want to pay for lodging, you just need to pay for 1 person's worth.
Okay. Can Oleg break a gold?
Oleg can break a gold.
Okay. Rhea will give him a gold piece.
Yeah. Cool. Give you the 5 silver back. That's all you. I guess if you give him the gold piece, that covers 2 of you, right? So at that point.
Yeah. If that works, she'll give him the a gold piece and say that they are happy that they were able to, and say again that she was happy that they've been able to help him and Svetlana deal with the. Again, we're happy that we are able to help you deal with the bandits, and you shouldn't have to worry about other groups of them coming up from there. We dealt with the camp that was extorting you.
I might not be as articulate as my wife, but I appreciate it, Rhea.
You're most welcome.
He like very quickly after saying that like looks away from you, like, averts his eyes, and he starts playing with one of his teeth, like with his tongue.
He clearly he seems I guess would it be sense motive to have an idea, or is it just he just seems clearly a little bit awkward about something?
If you want me to confirm or deny your statement, you can give me a sense motive.
Sure. Good old no modifier roll of a 4.
Yeah, just go with what your initial impression was.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that is what Rhea thinks he's thinking. All right. And I guess that is Rhea would make. Out of curiosity, Shoot, we don't have Darkassin. I was going to because Darkassin was the one who, or was it Darkassin or was it Dietrich who knew something about the moon radishes? It's like the medicinal radishes.
Well, everyone knows, like, the multiple people did rolls, and some people know different shit, and some people made assumptions. So they can both give you different information about the radish.
Right. Well, okay. The only reason I'm at is like, did Dietrich ever say like what they were what their normal use was?
I think it was Dietrich. You were the one who got the highest roll for it, right?
I think so, but I can't
Yeah.
quite remember what the information was, to be
Okay,
honest.
so moon radishes are generally used in like the few places you can recall them being used is for like various medicinal purposes, but you couldn't quite recall what
Right.
kind of thing that like
Okay.
a herbalist would use.
Okay.
And
All
the
right. Well, then in
thing
that case, I
outside
don't
of that,
have.
you know, is that like they have like a tendency to like reach out towards moonlight. You can actively see moon radishes, like the tops of them, adjust slightly when there's moonlight they can catch.
That is neat.
Kind of like some plants with sun. Even though, I like, if we try and apply logic to it, there isn't a real reason that would ever make sense for a plant.
Yeah. All right. I think that for the most part, then Rhea would just make small talk. Um.
Oh, thing to note. Remember, Darkassian was sick the following morning after eating those moon radishes.
Right. Okay. Well, actually, I think Rhea. Well, this is not the time, but I think Rhea is probably going to ask Oleg or Svetlana what they're used for because they run a trading post right here, and they might know. Because she's actually kind of curious since she's heard some interesting things about these moon radishes. But I don't think that's what she's going to do over the dinner table while they're having refreshments.
Yeah.
um, seems like a or just ask a question one-on-one talk than at the table. So she'd make small talk. Um, so Keston would have left more recently than Rhea did from Brevoy.
Yeah,
So
if he was riding hard enough, he could have got here. He could have had a 1-day travel if he came fucking like nonstop through the night, but more likely he spent a few days getting here. He would
okay.
have left a
Well,
few days after you though, if he went at the same speed you guys did.
Okay. Well, Rhea will make some small talk. Talk about sort of ask about what his experience was with the traveling. If there was see if there was any news that he knows that she doesn't because it's been a couple because of the time gap. Sort of make sort of small talk / noble chit chat, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think there's like any important information about the goings on that he provides for you, but maybe like a little insight into the things that he focuses on. Like he's obviously worried about what's going on with the different houses, but he doesn't really mention it unless it's something that needs to be addressed for the portion of the conversation you're having. It doesn't seem like it's worrying, but he's trying to make it not a focus of the conversation. You don't need to focus on it unless there's something you can do about it. Seems to be his kind of MO. And he's like tries to keep the conversation focused on lighter things that are more related to the travel itself. Like he likes talking about like the landscape around him and the things you have to do to like
the things you can do and things he thinks you have to do to enjoy long stints of travel.
Rhea would share that, in her opinion, singing is a good thing to do while traveling.
Yeah, he chuckles with you, and he agrees, though he admits that he's not very good at it.
Yeah. Well, not everyone has that talent, but even without it, it is a good way to pass the time when you have hours on the road.
I'd fear that if
And
he afraid that if him and Thod spent enough time traveling, by the time they got down to Gaul, they'd run out of songs.
and welcome back, Griffin. It's good to see you back.
Yes.
Yes, I am back. Sorry, that took longer than expected to set up the satellite again.
Oh, we're just glad that you're back, man.
Yeah.
I don't know at what point you disappeared.
I'll pick up what's going on, don't worry.
Okay. It's been a
It
lot
was
of conversations.
which are fun. But yeah, I think that basically that would sum up the conversation that Rhea would have. And
Rhea did pay for two of you to stay in the barn tonight. Or the storeroom. She hasn't told anyone this yet, but those are the only two options. There's only enough space for two of you in the guest room, since Thod and Keston have already paid for some rooms down there. But outside of that, I don't think there's anything like crazy important to Darkcastle that happens.
yeah, and Rhea will let them know when she next sees them.
Oh.
The rest of the group know that.
Probably a good call.
Yeah. I mean, actually, she can tell Nessia, and Nessia could tell them, but Nessia doesn't like to talk, so Rhea's gonna just tell them. She sees them next and explain the lodging situation for the night. And she is not going to ask anyone to reimburse her money. She would not ask that, so she's just going to tell them that it's been taken care of.
If you want to, you can sit around and chat with them as much as you want. Keston and Thod will be in here for quite some time, it seems like. Doesn't seem like they're leaving anytime. Is there anything else other people want to do while we're at the outpost tonight? Beatrix, Cassian, Gillian. I know what
Gideon's
Creston's
not even here
doing.
yet.
Thank you, Will. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we never gave Joseph a chance to introduce his character yet.
I mean, he knows he can come in at any moment.
I don't know. It's just that don't want to interrupt whatever is it that's going on inside Oleg. Just barging in like that.
I mean, that's exactly what the rest of the party did.
Really? That's how you guys met each other?
Oh, I mean, the group we sort of all met up because we were, as a group, sent down here to deal with the expedition into the stolen lands in this particular area. But
Okay.
when people have joined into when people have joined their characters into sessions before, I think you just show up when you think it's time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes I put more thought into it, but if it's something last minute like this, it's kind of just throw yourself in when you feel like it.
All right.
Cool. After like half an hour, Dietrich, um, Svetlana, like the door opens up, and obviously it's Svetlana, and her sister is walking behind her, and Svetlana kind of like looks over at you, Dietrich, and she says, "Have you told Oleg about this yet?"
Not yet. I should be kind of waiting out here in case something happens.
Like Pressel like glares at you.
I just kind of give her a nod.
I will like give you give me a sense motive check.
Okay, let's see. Okay, at least my wisdom is decent.
Would Nessia also make a sense motive since she's right there with him?
She could.
And there went Griffin again.
Okay, yeah, Dietrich, like this is it's the like teeniest bit of a playful like glare. Not just the dirty looks you've been getting the whole time.
Yeah, I kind of figured as much. That's why I kind of gave a little nod.
And once you like get out the door, and like once the two of them get out the door, Svetlana will kind of grab onto her sister's hand and like very like quickly like walk almost like trot over towards the door.
Just in a very schoolgirl fashion.
Yeah, almost. And like Kressel is definitely like the old like the sister that doesn't want to be part of this.
Dietrich just kind of gives out a slight chuckle and follows them in.
So did Oleg not understand when Rhea was indicating that they found Svetlana's sister, or was Oleg just was like, I'm confused now?
That's
I don't think-
completely fine.
Out of character, I don't think either of them had an idea of what you were hinting at. I think she was being genuine when she thought you found her ring.
But she didn't ask us about her ring. Okay, I'm confused.
He didn't seem to like give any inclination to how he felt when you were trying to get Svetlana to come check out whatever it was.
Okay. Because, I mean, because when we had a conversation before, Svetlana had asked, I mean, Svetlana and Oleg had the conversation about Kressel, and we said we would try to bring her back if we could.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know that. That doesn't change the way he acted.
Okay, I'm just okay. Alright.
If you're confused, that's fine. Let's move on.
Okay. Alright, I personally am confused. Rhea is a little bit confused because Nessia's
It is okay.
relating this to her.
Both Rhea and Steven can be confused. That's okay.
Okay.
It's not like you have not. There's no like major flaw here. The things are
Okay.
going as intended. If you haven't
Got it.
picked up on it, that's great.
Okay. That's fine. Sorry.
And yeah, you hear the main doors open up. You actually hear like one of them kind of loudly thump into the wall next to you. You have like the closest seat to the entrance, and then hear like someone who's like, it's like muffled through the door. You just hear like a squeak, and then you hear like someone like
mumbling like this, like kind of you just hear like through the door real quick, like someone who doesn't sound too happy, and then the door like cracks open and Svetlana peeks her head in, and you can just like barely see her like long red flowing hair and like the tips of her eyes, and then her nose peeks out a little bit, and she's like, husband, I have a surprise, and Oleg doesn't really look happy about this.
I mean, when you consider, I think Cressel was just threatening them days before,
That was like a few months ago.
or months before. Sorry.
He just says, yes, my wife. And you can tell he's like already over what's going on right now. Cressel found her way back to the trading post.
Yay!
You see his like
this is weird.
the edge of his lips shift up just ever so slightly. Like, she's found her way back here a few times. As it's still in the same spot. And
This is very sitcom vibes right now. Like,
yeah,
Which
he
is great.
definitely has a little bit of that going on, doesn't he? And she like starts to pick up on how he feels about it, and she says, I'm gonna go help her get into a new change of clothes, and then we're going to get a meal cooked up for our guests. And with that, Oleg says, sounds great, honey. Maybe, and you see him, he like gestures towards like the front door. Maybe close that on your way towards our bedroom. He just nods, just like, yes, husband, of course. Then she smiles and just says, thank you. She closes the door, like very gently, and you can just barely hear the front door close. And they're gone.
Well, that wasn't quite the encounter I expected.
So is Dietrich talking to Nessia? Because Nessia, I don't think he's in the dining room. So I guess he's talking to Nessia when he says that.
pretty much. Well, whoever is right next to me.
I mean, if you
Whether
followed
we-
the sisters, then they
I
just like
did.
close. Yeah, they just close the doors.
so,
just-
so I guess you're talking to Nessia.
You're just in
You're
like the
talking to a
trading
glowing
shop
blue
main
jellyfish.
room talking to Nessia.
I mean, he's heard her speak before, so he knows she's sentient.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, she can speak. Nessia just doesn't talk very much.
Yeah,
Nessia
he's
just
heard
sort of
her
makes a
talk
happy
before.
chiming sound.
Maybe
Sort of makes a-
Rhea just has magic mouth.
No, Nessia makes a happy chiming sound and like puts a tentacle on his shoulder and like sort of pats him on the shoulder.
At this point, Dietrich just goes back to find where Rhea is.
If he's looking for Rhea and he says that, Nessia points a tentacle at the dining room.
That's exactly where he goes.
Okay. You guys come into the room, and like as you do, because this only takes place like a moment after all that happened, Keston kind of just looks over at Rhea and is like, what are the odds? We show up this morning, then all of you, and now her sister. Like, this place is busier than I thought it was.
Rhea
It's like,
just smiles.
yes, it's very, it's not normally this busy. Lots and lots of guests today. I'm going to go help my wife with our other guests. Excuse me. Rotates over. Big man goes over the door and closes it.
Nessia moves out of the way.
That's just Dietrich.
And Nessia just waits. Nessia is just waiting outside because there's not really space. So she's just out by the front door in the hallway. So she moves out of the way when Oleg comes out.
This is like a room that like comfortably fits like 4 people.
Yeah. Dietrich just kind of hangs out around the doorway, just kind of making sure he's just in enough to be included in any conversation that might be had.
Keston starts playing with one of his nails. So, Russell, where'd you find her?
Oh, so he knows. So he says that at who's he saying that to?
He's not looking at any of you. He's focusing very intently on his nail.
I just kind of look at, kind of just stare at Ray a little bit and completely keep quiet. Kind of got this you take
I'm
care of
think-
this kind of feeling going.
Ray. I am thinking out of character because I'm trying to figure out what Rhea would say. So just give me a second.
Todd, you're dismissed for the night. Todd, just yes, sir. Thank you very much. Then he kind of bows in everyone's direction after he gets up out of his chair, and then he walks over the door and takes off.
Alex, they took off.
What was that?
Alex was the one that took off.
Thod.
Tested Squire. Okay, so Rhea will comment that we found her after we dealt with the bandits, and we helped her get home.
Continues picking at his nails. He like gets to a particularly difficult part, and he like pulls out a dagger, starts cleaning them. He didn't ask Oleg about the bandits.
Huh? I'm sorry. What did you say?
He said you didn't ask Oleg about the bandits.
As I plan to have that conversation in private.
Fair.
And there's no sense interrupting this meal and everyone's evening. I would rather have that discussion myself.
Seems like these bandits are of some importance to you.
People, in general, are of importance.
And your companions? And he kind of just throws his head in a direction towards one of them.
My companions are also of great importance to me. They have fast become my friends.
He smiles. That's not what I meant. I was under the impression that the adventurers in the green belts were sent here to deal with banditry.
And we are doing our best to do so. Those who are unrepentant banditry is to be punished by the rope or the sword, to quote the charter. I simply am of the opinion that those who truly wish to repent and change should be given the chance to do so. Those who are not repentant, and who would wish to continue with the ways of preying upon innocents and harming those who can't protect themselves, well then, regrettably, rope or the sword. I just view it as I view it as an opportunity to help people in both ways, both by dealing with those who are unrepentant and unwilling to better themselves, and in helping and in doing so, helping those people like Oleg here, and then for those who can be redeemed and helped, helping them find a better path and becoming becoming productive members of society again.
Kestingaris looks over at you, readjusts himself a little bit into a more robust posture, and he just begins to laugh. I'm sorry. I don't enjoy playing politics, but I force myself to try every now and then. As you can see, I'm not great as a competitor as most of the people you've come across. I'm not too worried about what you do with the bandits around here, as long as you get the job done. Though I would be careful with some of the things you do and say in front of any other noblemen when they eventually come sneaking around. That is, with me assuming you finish what you were sent here to do.
That is the plan.
To the plan. He lifts his mug up, realizing that
And,
you're the only other person around here with a drink.
Well, Rhea will raise hers as well, a little bit awkwardly. Hands, but she with her gloved hands. She raises it and takes a drink. Sets it back down.
Just to feel included, Deidre kind of raises his water skin and does the same. Not saying a word, but just kind of raising it in what's the word I'm looking for? God, my words escape me. Yeah, just kind of acknowledgement.
Well, Dietrich, Oleg did bring a. You say you brought like a mini keg?
Oh, that was Oleg.
Yeah, basically. Like a
Oleg
traditional,
brought the
like,
mini
wooden
keg.
one.
So there's like a mini keg. You could take something from the. You could like fill a glass from the mini keg.
If you would like to use Oleg's or Thod's glass, you can. Did you provide your last name to Mr. Garrus?
Rhea?
Yeah.
Yes, when she introduced herself, she did.
I just wanted to double check.
And I'm guessing he might know who she is too.
That's a decent guess. I don't know how much the
Lady Orlowski or if any of her compatriots know about the other groups around here, but there are quite a few diplomats to the east of us. I wouldn't be surprised if a few of them end up poking around this trading post.
Thank you for the heads up. Is appreciated. We will keep our eyes peeled for diplomats.
Goes back to playing with his fingernails.
At this
Yes.
point, Dietrich would kind of sense a bit of awkwardness, awkward atmosphere, and just be like,
I think I'll go take post on the walls, see if there's anyone who comes our way.
she kind of gives a little nod towards Rhea, and Keston excuses himself.
Without
make sure
looking,
someone
when
comes
you
to-
do that, Keston Garrus just kind of like waves a hand over at you, the one holding the dagger.
What kind of a wave? Like a come here wave or a goodbye wave?
Kind of like throws his hand up in your direction.
He nods in acknowledgement, just kind of jaunts off.
Rhea would comment as you were leaving that, well, make sure you're told when the food is ready.
Appreciate it.
I just kind of take my post back up where I was before on the
On a little
wall on the left
wall.
side,
Okay.
on the left side of the rafters.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Yeah, so does Rhea know anything about any?
I don't know. I guess you would tell me. Like, I mean, I think she would know something about them. But I out of character don't know the information that she probably knows in character.
She definitely knows there's other expeditions out there. Whether or not you told other people, that's great. The content of them is where I think you wouldn't know what's going on with them. Have anyone with knowledge local?
I don't think we do.
And I can check and see if Darkassian.
I thought Darkassin had it.
I don't know that we've rolled knowledge. Looks like he does not. He has Arcana, History, and maybe Creston does. I doubt it though. A fighter with knowledge skills.
It can
Right.
happen. I've seen fighters with like 50. I've actually seen a couple fighters with like 16 int before. They tend to be going in specific directions with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll double check. He might know something.
I mean,
No.
I mean,
So I guess the knowledge. I guess that the knowledge nobility wouldn't help with this, even though a lot of it's sponsored by nobility.
No, this is definitely knowledge local.
Is this the sort of knowledge local that you could get just by living in the area, or is this?
No.
That's the sort you can sometimes get untrained.
If it was knowledge you should have, I would just get.
Okay.
next level up, I might take a point in knowledge local, just so I have it.
Yeah, that's a thing. We're level 1. You haven't covered all the things that you want to like put a point in, just so you're not clueless.
I'm really bad about that. Anytime like Not that I've played much as just a regular player, but I'm really bad about making sure I have almost every, if not every, knowledge skill.
Well, local is one of those ones that it's always good to just have a point in. At the very least, so you can roll it.
Yeah.
I usually just limit my knowledge skills to what's most appropriate for my character.
Yeah, but for example, Rhea will later have a point in knowledge local. She just doesn't right now because it fits her to have local knowledge, just like it fits her to have nobility knowledge.
Fair.
With so since Keston has made some comments about that, he's going to ask him. So, what do you know of the other expeditions?
Most of my interest when it comes to their expeditions I'm traveling through. Be going through the plow here pretty soon, and I know that there's diplomats I brought up earlier. About as many high-ranking soldiers are trying to guarantee a trade route there. In a way, I'm connected to said negotiations. Not directly, but House Garrus is involved, and I will be expected to have some input when I arrive as I'm passing through.
Rhea will nod.
You'd know that, like, the place he's talking about is like the most vital trade route to Brevoy. So, and it has for years and years. There hasn't ever been like a proper form of protection provided for it through the region that is being talked about. It's just past the Selin River, which you would end up crossing not too long from now. Within a week's journey, you'd end over in this place called the Hooked Tongue Slough. Big patch of swamps. Really hard to get stuff through, and there's only a few routes, so it's a good place for banditry, especially since it's like Brevoy's.
Makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So, Rhea would have nodded and understood, and will comment that hope that your sessions with them are productive.
My expectations are high, seeing as when it comes to the various groups sent out, this is the largest bodied group of all of them, especially with contents of it. Expect a lot more than a few dead bandits.
And nods.
And he like realizes what he just said and like looks up from his fingernails, kind of like pointing at you casually with his dagger. He's like, I wasn't trying to imply you haven't done much. I know you've only been here a few days. The diplomats will be lucky if they've set up by the time I get there.
No offense was taken. I understand.
Readjust some. Well, I've been in this armor for far too long today. I think it's time that I called it tonight.
Very well. I bid you a good night's rest.
The same to you, my lady. With that,
She will nod, like respectfully, like the respectful like bow head and like shared people of similar noble rank thing.
yeah, he gives you the appropriate curtsy.
And now Ray is the only one in the room. Oh yeah, and as he goes by, Nessia would be right there by the door.
So, a strange thing to note about this man. Normally, um, in when it comes to like noblemen, since he doesn't know, he hasn't talked to any of your associates. He doesn't know anything about him. He shouldn't be leaving you in one, a room by yourself, or two, a room with non-noblemen without you specifically excusing him.
Okay. Somehow I feel that this is something he should know very well.
So he just committed a breach of noble etiquette.
Yeah.
Severe at that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rhea
he's
will
done
note
multiple of those today, so like it's not
Yeah,
out
that's
of
the
character.
thing. It's not the first one. This is not the first breach of noble etiquette that's taken place on his part in this conversation. So, she does not make any comment on it.
Of course,
And,
Dietrich knows nothing about noble etiquette, so he wouldn't have any of the about any of this.
and Dietrich's also on the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys got anything you want to do tonight?
Rhea was hoping to, at some point, talk to Oleg about the bandits. But looks like tonight might not be the best night with the shakeup with Kressel coming back and all of that. So I think she will wait until tomorrow to do that, to have that conversation, as well as to ask about as well as to satisfy her curiosity, which I think she probably would ask Svetlana about the moon radishes rather than Oleg. She seems to. Svetlana seems to like Rhea a lot, like in the sense that, like, because Rhea's done a bunch of helpful things and seems very appreciative. So I think Rhea would, and Svetlana didn't kill the bandits, so she's going to probably start with her for that question. But that's something for tomorrow too.
Okay.
Oh, and Rhea is going to let the others know about the housing situation and about the sleeping arrangements and she will not outright say it, but you definitely get the impression that she's laying claim to a bed.
Fair.
The others, so, but I guess the only other right now is Dietrich. I don't know how we're gonna determine who has the other bed.
I would guess that it would go to Creston. Dietrich has slept outside before, and so has Darkassin.
Yeah, so that would make sense. Right, that would. So Rhea will let him know. Rhea will also let Dietrich know when it is time for food, when the food is ready, and yeah, I guess we would be bedding down. I mean,
Huh.
Lane wants to show up. I mean, that could happen too.
There is something Dietrich would like to do after everybody's already gone to sleep, though.
Okay. Yeah, we can speed up time. I'm happy with that. Dinner goes by.
On other note, I mean, Griffin's not here right now, but I think we would have asked Darkassin to use his once a day healings on us before we rest, since a lot of us are still wounded from the fight.
Fair.
Rhea is going to use her before Nessia goes going to bed. Rhea is going to use her spell slots to heal Nessia. Alright. That is Rhea back to full, and then she's going to
Nice.
I assume Cure Light Wounds works on Nessia.
Oh yeah, it does.
Weird ass Eidolon jellyfish thing.
Nessia is a much loved member of the group.
Yes, 100%.
She is still a weird ass jellyfish thing. Yeah. Basically, Nessia can talk. Nessia doesn't really like to talk.
But
Nessia
I
likes to
don't
just
blame her,
communicate with her
man.
chiming noises.
I was a giant squid thing and I thought I could get away, or sorry, if I was a giant jellyfish thing and I thought I could get away with not talking to people when they talk to me, I would fucking do it.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, most of what she communicates, she can communicate with the chiming stuff, and Rhea does most of the talking. And you know, they can talk to each other without actually speaking out loud, but so Nessia talks to Rhea all the time mentally. So when Rhea is talking at Nessia and Nessia doesn't actually seem to respond, odds are Nessia is also talking with Rhea. You just aren't hearing it. Nessia's side. So what was the thing Dietrich wanted to do? I'm sorry about interrupting.
It's okay.
I believe Joseph was saying something. I think we cut him off.
Did we? Sorry, my dude.
Terribly sorry if we interrupted you.
No, actually, I wasn't saying anything.
Okay, well, maybe I just misheard someone else and thought it was Joseph. That's my bad. What were you saying then, Will? I'm sorry.
What Dietrich was going to do is after he knows everybody's going to sleep, like maybe a couple hours, like maybe around midnight or so, he was going to go ahead and look around, see if he could find like a shovel or something, and take his hand axe and cut down the two fresh corpses that's hanging on the rafters and kind of just bury them somewhere just outside the fort.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Feels like something that well,
If
why?
you're gonna properly bury a body, it takes a long time when you have 4 people, and you want to do 2 by yourself.
Might be a challenge.
Maybe at least, well,
As strange as it sounds, I was part of a funeral where I had to bury someone I knew. And there were multiple of us doing one body, and it still took multiple hours.
You buried someone you knew?
They weren't alive.
What? No! You're supposed to mourn them, not. Oh! I'm sorry! It must have been hard.
Well, it's not like we were like out on a camping trip and someone died. It was like a funeral, and then we took care of the body afterwards.
No!
It's just part of it, man. Hold on one second.
I didn't know how long it took to bury a body. Damn.
Yeah, you gotta dig quite the pit.
Never buried anybody before.
Because you gotta dig down a decent distance, and then you have to dig it out big enough for the body, and then you have to fill the pit back in.
Sorry about that.
Dirt.
Let's see.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. If you're trying to sleep tonight, I wouldn't try burying 2 bodies because that's gonna take you all night.
Yeah, you're right about that. But I did want to do something regarding to at least one of them.
Okay.
Okay, so in that case, You know, why not? What Dietrich would do at the very least is he would cut down Haps and take his body, kind of take his horse and kind of ride out a little bit and dig not a full burial, but at least a small pit, and just kind of use one of his torches and kind of just give some kind of a funeral pyre kind of thing. Just bury him or burn him.
So, were you trying to do the one who had actually cooperated with us?
Yes, that bot.
Well, it's
Not
not
Haps, but
Hap.
the other.
That wasn't Haps.
I made it. A little error. Just not Haps, but the other guy.
Don't even remember his name.
Reynold.
No, was it Reynold?
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember the name.
It
Rhea
was Rain.
remembers.
I don't
Rhea
take a
remembers.
habit of remembering every name.
I don't remember every name either, but I specifically made sure to remember the name of the one who was cooperating and who had
Hey,
and who
Will,
had taken up Rhea's offer.
you also don't bury every bandit.
True.
There's how
Still.
many corpses just sitting in the woods right now that have most certainly already been fucked with by animals or other people?
Yeah.
This one's a little bit of a special case. 'Cause
Yeah.
it was what Ray was actually hoping to save, and he felt bad.
You do you, man.
Oh yeah, you do you on your choice. I just was making sure you had the right bandit.
I want you to
Take-
know, though, that there isn't a way you're doing a funeral prior here unless you're, like, taking stuff from the outpost.
He wasn't going to do a proper funeral, but
I think he
just
just
kind
wanted
of
to burn the body, but I don't know if how well the body would actually burn, especially
Like, you
if it's
can
only one
use
day.
some of the grass around here, but there's not enough you're actually going to burn the body. Like, the most you're going to do is burn a layer of skin off. Like, it's just going to be a... just going to deface the
It's
corpse.
just one of those things.
you know,
talking
I
about
forget the whole damn thing happened. Shit.
burning someone?
It's a nice gesture, but I don't think you need to do it.
God.
It's
Somebody
just
have a problem. Forget I said anything.
why don't we cut them in little pieces and give them to the farm animals?
Feed them to the
Okay, no,
horses.
that's not right.
How come you haven't introduced
Whoa.
yourself yet? What's up with
You
that?
tried to make Dietrich's trying. I was trying to give Dietrich a nice gesture towards his friend. That's just cold.
Yeah, no,
This
no,
is-
I appreciate it. Like, I get it, and it made sense. It just also doesn't seem like it's something that was actually feasible for him to do at this point.
Yeah,
And
I was trying
because
to-
it doesn't seem feasible for him to do, it doesn't seem like Dietrich would be the type to do it.
No, you're right.
When he couldn't actually carry it out.
You're right. You're right. I think I originally intended to do it a day with kind of help, but I just didn't want to risk causing any trouble with like Oleg and possibly the knights.
Oh, yeah, the other night, yeah, Creston, not Creston, Keston. We have Cressel, Keston, and Creston.
It's not
The
my fault he
names.
chose the name Creston.
Yeah,
Yeah, never mind. Forget.
I just think it's kind of funny.
It is hilarious.
Don't worry about
I
it.
knew this was coming like a long time ago as soon as he chose his character name.
You have any idea how you want to show up, Joseph? I guess.
I mean, I have an idea, but I don't know if it's gonna happen yet. I was planning to introduce myself as soon as you guys just are about to leave, all exposed, and just meet you at the gate.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess would it be the next morning or?
Yeah. None of you have seen Preston.
I thought he slept in the bed.
It would have made sense for him to do that, but none of
that it made
Oh, so we haven't seen him since then.
last
Since
time
we
someone definitely saw Creston when you guys first got here.
Okay. Well, in that case, after Rhea gets up and summons Nessia, she will note that Creston does not appear to have slept in the bed. That he didn't look like he was here. She will realize that she hasn't seen him since then, and she will out and actually she will look around the trading post for her friend.
You do a once over the trading post, kind of popping in every. Don't.
She makes a note that she's going to ask Dietrich when she sees Dietrich next. If he's seen Creston this morning, since in the commotion with last night, Rhea's a little bit put together that she didn't see him at all last night, but she definitely thinks odd that she's going to go, and I think she's going to go and try to talk to Svetlana or Oleg.
Yeah. Presumably, this is when you guys get woken up in the morning for breakfast. So after you've done breakfast and looked around for your friend, at this point, Oleg would be the around for Preston. Would be working on that like structure. He's trade house.
So Rhea is going to also ask, "What are you building?"
I'm making a billboard. But Lana was getting annoyed of all the cluttered notes I kept desk. Seems like you're gonna be around here for a while, and Garrus, the absence of.
Oh, this is where I'm intending to put the wanted poster, for example.
You just hear him like very loudly, like, mm-hmm.
So, Oleg, I wanted to discuss with you. When we returned yesterday, we found the bandits who had previously captured on the walls. And
Nods at you. Seem like he stops with his work at this hammer and nail.
I understand that you had felt they were risk and potentially dangerous, but
Crosses.
one of them had been cooperating, and Ray is like trying to think of how best to say it. Sorry.
All good. Little lady, I know what you're gonna say. My trading post, and I maintained our promise. That's all you're gonna ask of me. Don't like
That
the way I
is
do
true.
things. Find another trading.
Yeah, nods. I do not think that will be necessary. I just, just wish the outcome could have been a little different. She's going to nod and move away from Oleg at that point for the moment.
When you nod and you begin to turn to walk away, says, I want you to know that not something I do. I don't enjoy. They were bad men. They needed, deserved. They're not still the same food at this, but I get what you're feeling.
And Rhea nods and says, I appreciate that. And I understand why you did what you did.
Slightly nod.
And it will not stop me from staying here. I do have a very nice trading post. And she will sort of, her lips quirk up a bit as she tries to, end it on something positive.
He tries to match your mood.
And then Ray is going. Oh, and Ray is also going to ask as one thing, as if it just. Oh, while I'm here, have you seen Creston? My friend with the one with the very, very large sword. She sort of gestures, like spreads her arms as like wide as possible, which is still nowhere near as long as the giant sword is. I don't think I've seen him this morning, and a little bit concerned.
He he tilts his head a little bit, like tongue pop up beneath his upper lip. Looks off. It was in the. Kind of looks at you confused.
Thank you, Oleg. And then Rhea is going to. I think she's going to go and talk to Svetlana like she planned to, and then she's going to go look in the barn and see if she can find Creston there. Though she already looked in the barn, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to go ask Svetlana too. She's going to ask Svetlana about Creston as well.
Huh?
She has another question to ask Svetlana too, and she's going to do that as well.
You go in the trading post, and Svetlana's behind the desk with Russell, but it takes you a moment to realize her because she's not covered in her like bandit filthy ragged ass clothing and the leather armor that you had her in. Her layered leather armor. She's wearing like a very simple like day dress like Svetlana, but she's like definitely you like the long arms for which like Svetlana has on her dress. She's like up and it like Oleg like a proper day dress. And they're both working on like adjusting guys in the background. The counter.
Right, so Ray is going to ask. She's going to ask Svetlana. Just, first, have actually Svetlana and Kressel, have either of you seen my friend Creston? And she again does this and says that he's the one with the giant sword. She gestures again.
Yeah. Anna says, "Oh, and I at dinner last night," and Russell like looks back from the stuff she was helping just says, that hello."
Someone with a someone with a mask.
I
You don't know anyone with a mask. What else did this person look like?
long, mostly tight black clothes. Couldn't see any of their skin. Weird cane. Thick. No, it was a staff. Fancy.
Okay, Rhea is going to. Did he just walk away with him, or did it look like he was forced or anything?
Well, I was tied down on the back of a horse. Everything. I heard
Yes.
hissing sound. Bunch of snakes. I heard Creston talking to a man that I could only see the backside of. Weird. Front door. I could see the front door from where I was.
Okay.
Hmm.
So Rhea was going to ask Svetlana the question because she was curious about moon radishes, but I think that with this particular information, Rhea's concern about the uses for moon radishes has basically gone out the window. um, going to go as quickly as she can to look for Dietrich and Darkassin, and to tell them that that Kristen seems to be. Uh, she can't find Darkassin. Can she find Darkassin? Or
Yeah. The barn. That's where.
well, I just because Griffin's not here is why I was.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rhea will find Darkassin and she will find Dietrich, and she will tell them both that. Okay, so you know how we haven't seen Creston this morning? Cressel told me that she saw him vanish last night with some guy with a cane, a mask. Sounded like snakes. And I looked around. I haven't found him anywhere. And of our own disappearing. That's not normal or good. Need to find him.
Can you take me to where Cressel says she saw him last? Maybe I can find some tracks.
So Rhea will take him to there, and then she said that she could see the gate, and that they didn't use the gate when they left. I don't know. I'm not good at following people.
Let's see if I can find some unusual tracks, something abnormal.
Okay. Yeah. You go into the barn over down by like Creston's horse. Give me perception or survival. Survival will be
Yeah, survival's my best skill, anyways.
Okay. Should I have Rhea roll on the perception as well?
you can do perception.
It's Rhea. Sia throw hers out, see if she sees anything weird.
And we'll say Darkassian is with you, but not gonna do anything mechanically for him. Dietrich, you see, Creston's footprints as you would expect. This is where he's been keeping his horse. There are no other footprints in this area that date up to yesterday like his, with the exception of like literally like 4 footprints. It looks like a man stood not that far away from Creston at some and then turned around. That's it. Looks like one of the footprints of like each set was a pivot.
Definitely someone else here, but it's almost as if he just disappeared right where he stood. Turned, saw Creston, turned around and left. Just disappeared into thin air.
Well, I mean, he can't have gone too far. What? Think we still need to look for him? Just, it's really strange.
That might be difficult without anything to follow. If these footprints are any indication, I don't think that we'll find anything anymore. If he's just disappeared, then unless we could find someone who might be able to track this sort of thing, this is beyond my abilities. But Creston's strong. I'm sure he can look after himself.
I agree. It's a bit disconcerting that somebody appeared, seemingly took one of us away.
Yes. I'll keep an eye out, see if I find anything else unusual.
All
Other than
right.
that, I just don't know what else to do.
Well, we can search around, I guess. Need to find the other bandits anyway and find out what else we can. I'm
Speaking of
going to
bandits-
actually. Yes?
Sorry. Speed of bandits, I've tried asking Cressel what she knew about this new wanted poster, Falgrim Sneak, but she wouldn't tell me nothing.
Well, I guess I can go have a word with her. See if I can convince her to tell us anything. And also find out what she knows about this Stag Lord. Hello? The one who's apparently in charge of these bandits? On the whole?
The whole reason we're here. That would be a good idea. I'll take the horse and scour the countryside a bit, see if I find any more indication of where Creston might have gone.
All right, and I will find out what I can here, and then can discuss again shortly.
Okay.
That's exactly what I do. Dietrich just hops on his horse, who I haven't mentioned a name for him yet, but I want to point out that its name is in fact Hobstrider.
You gave your horse a name. That is
Yes, I
good.
did.
Bob Strider the horse.
Yes.
Nice.
So Rhea is going to go back in, and she's going to talk to Kressel and Svetlana again. She's going to ask, say to Kressel that
thank you for telling me about you saw with Preston. Also, we're hoping that you could know that you had an association with the individual who is running the less than savory people in this area, and we were hoping that you could give us some information on him.
Doesn't seem too happy at what you just. Baglord is not a bandit king, he's a revolutionary. Fortunately, he's not in charge of a lot of the men that I dealt with. A lot of them float through, they don't remain around here for very long. A lot of it's because quite a few of them won't listen.
Okay, so Cressel just said that that the Stag Lord's not a bandit king, but he's actually some sort of revolutionary leader.
Yeah.
It is an interesting development.
And in service of his revolution, had you stealing from your sister and brother-in-law?
Svetlana jumps in and she says, I don't think I like this line of questioning. I think my sister's been through quite enough.
Okay. Alright. That's fine. Just a little on edge right now. One of my friends just vanished. Trying to figure out what to do next.
Your friend vanished?
Who said that? Was that Svetlana or Cressel, or who was talking?
Cressel.
Yes, the one who you said you saw with the man. The cane and the mask and the serpent sounds. Can't you? It's like he was there and then he's gone. There's no tracks or anything.
Find him, I'd love.
I sense motive that.
Oh, that sounds like especially fishy.
Ah,
Okay, here's Nessia's. See if she's being sincere about that, or if she seems to know anything else. But Rhea and Nessia both suck at the sucked. Oh wait, I rolled wait. Okay. Oh, I rolled the wrong. This is okay. That was weird. There was a delay. There we go. Nessia and Rhea both rolled very bad. They both rolled the three. I'm gonna re-roll Nessia's sense motive. I'm gonna use my re-roll.
okay. Right, it does. How calm. She does seem genuinely.
Okay. And while she's here, because Rhea wants to know this, and she's going to also note that
We were exploring, we found these odd radishes. Either of you know what these are used for? Because none of us seem to know, but a bunch of kobolds were eating them.
she takes out the moon radish.
Oh, you show him one of the moon.
Yes.
Okay.
She wants to know what it's for.
Yeah, Svetlana said radishes. They can be quite soothing. Hear them properly. Otherwise, probably gonna get by cold. Preston steps in. They have effect. And Svetlana doesn't really picking up what her sister down for. Like
Okay.
They get you real high.
like a, and then her eyes start to white. Like, what do you mean? Effects. Letting her do. And after Svetlana is given exactly like sluggish. Sometimes it's quite.
All right. Well, thank you. I just was. That wasn't really related to anything. It was something I meant to ask, and then I got distracted with everything that was going on, and then I was back here, so I thought, well, I might as well ask. So, thank you.
Svetlana. Connor. Moon radishes are quite rare. If you could bring me a basket of them back, I'd be willing to pay you. Say 250 gold.
Oh, I'm sure we can do that. How many fit in a basket?
Out of character. How many fill a basket?
Like a lot. Like I don't think the exact amount matters, but it's more than what the kobold.
Okay. It's definitely more than what we took.
Yeah. These aren't like you can get some really big fucking radishes. Yes, aren't these are
Yeah.
like little normal fucking radishes.
Okay.
Rhea will say that. Um, see what we can do. And thank you for letting me know. Obviously, right now we're gonna try to find our friend too, but something to think about. So thank you.
You're welcome. She says as she confirmation from. Then assuming you're leaving, they will go back to what looks like just busy work.
Yes, Rhea is leaving at this point. Rhea is actually going to go. Rhea is leaving at this point, and she's also going since Oleg's like right in front of the trading post, right? Right in front, working on his board still.
Yeah, it seems like he's actually putting up the creating holes, starting to put up where you're actually gonna post on.
Like, have you ever heard of it or seen a man around here with a mask, a cane, who seems to have something to do with snakes? Hissing
Ask
noises.
Anacane and snakes?
Yes.
Know anyone that fits that description? A hermit around here who uses a walking staff sometimes. Wear a mask.
I see. Okay. Just what? Well, so I heard that last time someone seems to have seen Creston, he vanished with this man who was wearing a mask, had a cane, was dressed like all in black, and he said, and the person who told me said they heard like hissing sounds. He was talking.
Don't know about this.
Okay. Thank you. I just was checking.
Er,
Oh, I just heard about him.
He seems confused, but he doesn't like say.
Cressel said she saw Creston disappear with this man. We were bringing her back into the trading post.
Get for list wrestle. The bandit. Gonna tell you the truth.
Well, she didn't seem to be lying when she said it. She seemed quite genuine.
Silver Fox's sleeve is always plucked.
Though we found tracks in the stable. Basically, Creston's footprints and another person's footprints. But those other footprints basically ended with like 2 steps. Then both of them vanished. We don't really understand tracking, but Dietrich knows a lot about it, and he says that there's like no sign.
But Lana put you up to this?
No. My friend vanished yesterday. I'm trying to find out where he might have gone. I just thought you might know something, since you're from here.
People don't normally around here.
Okay. Thank you, Oleg. I appreciate it.
I'll add vanishing. He turns back towards the board and picks his nails and hammer up and starts putting things together.
Okay.
Up and away.
Yeah. Griffin seems to be having a lot of satellite trouble today.
Yeah.
Because like, he
Sorry,
normally
Joseph.
pops in and out sometimes, but he's normally like it'll just be for like a minute or two. But I think like maybe I think his internet might be based on something that is being disrupted by weather.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I was worried that was going to be an issue last night. Weather cleared up. I'm sorry that like session has been so strange, especially for you, Joseph, since the first one. This is definitely not normal for games I run. Not that it's a bad session. The environment that I normally provide.
There's definitely been. Oh, yeah, Joseph, feel free to talk.
Okay, sorry. I was just gonna say it's okay. That's fine.
Well, I think we'll do a 10-minute break here. I know Will has left, so I'll type something in chat. Let's call it 48 after.
All right, sounds good.
Be back then.
Hey, Joseph, when you were talking, it sounds like there's a lot of noise in the background.
I apologize. But my brother's seeing a movie in my room.
Okay, well, it was a lot. I could hear you a lot better that time when you talked, so that's good.
Yeah, I just told him to lower the volume. Like,
That makes a big difference. Oh, and yeah, basically, Joseph, feel free to jump in at some point.
I'm just nervous.
Well, I can say you don't need to be too worried. I mean, heck, we don't bite.
Okay, that's good to know. That's good to know. I don't have that much HP, so
Yes, we're not. Okay, Nessia can bite. Don't think anyone else in the party has a bite attack. Well, she's an Eidolon, you know. She has a bite attack. But
that's so cool.
it's really awkward though having someone watch a movie in your room while you're trying to play a
Yeah,
collaborative
it
talking
really
game.
is. It really is, man. But lowering the volume is the the best I could do for now. So I'm just going to turn off my mic so that it doesn't run across.
So, Will, are you back? Okay.
Now I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
So, I don't have any clue what is going on with Creston's vanishing, because it seems like Creston is not being cardboarded. He actually vanished.
I mean, Jacob kind of did the same thing to like the other new guy's character this morning.
Right, but that wasn't an actual. That was the guy who was only here for like.
Yeah.
I'm just like, because and also Creston wasn't a new guy character.
True.
So it's odd. I mean, so out of character, even like, oh, what happened?
No. Part of me kind of just feels like Jacob's trying to find other new and interesting ways to indicate when their character's not going to be there. But
could be.
Find it interesting that he does it for Creston, but not Tristan. He did do it for Tristan's character.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh no. Well, who knows? But anyway.
Like
Oh,
yeah, I could probably go
and-
into. You go ahead. You go ahead.
hopefully, our fighter friend returns.
I'm sure he will. Like John said, this was just a 1 week thing.
Right. No, I mean in character. Hopefully, our fighter friend returns.
Oh, yeah.
Ray is concerned because one of her friends just vanished into thin air.
Right.
And we're like level 1. So it's like somebody just vanishing into thin air is like, oh wow, that's oh.
I'm more concerned about Griffin. Like he was not here at all today. Like
I think he's having some major internet problems today.
Yeah. And I'm having a bad feeling what this will mean going forward.
I mean, with Griffin?
Yeah.
I mean, he was here okay the other sessions. This is just you know, it's just basically he was having, he occasionally would get kicked in the other sessions. And so I think it's just whatever the problem was that he has is probably being way worse tonight for some.
Yeah, but I just feel like he would have said something. He hasn't said a thing. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just
Well,
really into it.
Well, the thing is, if he literally can't get on, if his internet is satellite based and he literally can't, and his internet just went down, he might literally not be able to say anything to tell us.
I know.
Based on his comment about having to fix his satellite before, he did make it back in for a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought maybe he would have his phone was working and he could let us know over the phone or something. But if his phone's also running off the same satellite and doesn't get any real signal anywhere else, I guess that would also make sense.
I live like 10 minutes. I can't get.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it.
I'm sure it's going to be fine.
I think it's a case like that.
I'm positive. Connection.
Yeah.
Just out of curiosity, is this a thing you're going to try to start doing a little more often instead of just cardboarding our characters? Going to try to find some kind of in-game reason for why we're not there? Because this is giving me and Steven a pretty interesting little goose hunt.
Yeah, Rhea in character's like, what the heck is going on?
Happening.
Because it definitely derails our whole like just explore around the area plan because well actually no, I guess we would explore around the area looking for our friend now.
While also finding out more about this Falgrim fella.
Yeah. Yeah, I think at this point, Rhea would be, well, Dietrich went out to look around. It's probably going to take Dietrich a few minutes. I guess Rhea would probably look at the... Oh, is the stack of bounty things that are going to go on the board, is that like by Oleg?
No.
Okay.
All he has is like the wood that he's using and the tool he needs to work on it.
Okay.
I do find it interesting that as a frontier outpost doesn't already have a billboard set up.
Well, I think that was why Keston commented on it too. Oleg, and now Oleg's like, oh. To think of it, I haven't seen Keston or Thawed more, have we?
They got up at the same time you did.
Okay.
Odd
Do
doesn't
we want
seem
to...
like a morning.
Come to think of it, Keston said that chances are this Falgrim fella hasn't been there for very long, but maybe a day or so. Wondering if Dietrich would keep an eye out for any tracks that might be related to that or not.
I guess you could go and try look, but try. I'd say it's close to impossible.
Yeah, that's what I figured too. Like 2 days old tracks.
I'd
A
need to
lot of
look at
animals
what
could have ran through and disturbed that dirt between then and now.
I'd have to look at your modifier, but I'm like almost positive it's possible you find tracks that old.
Yeah, I have like a +7 on my survival. +9 when you include for
Can't
sake of
find
tracks.
2K old tracks in this environment.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I guess Rhea's going to go to like the entrance area and try to meet up with Dietrich. He's back.
Yeah, I'm going to assume that considering out of character, I pretty much know that Kristen left with a teleportation spell. Dietrich's probably not going to find anything relating to that at all.
I've given you what you can get.
Yeah. So after about a couple hours of searching, he's just going to come back empty-handed.
Okay. Well, I think we haven't been able to find Creston. I don't think there's anything else we can do right now, other than go out and see. I mean, it's possible that whoever took him is a lair around here somewhere. We can look around and keep an eye out for this. Falgrim. Falgrim Sneeg as well. I think that's probably our best option.
Right. Have you talked to Crystal about that?
Crystal didn't want to talk about bandits. And
Is it because-
she said the Stag Lord is a revolutionary, not a bandit. And I tried to press a bit, but Lana got upset and said that Cressel'd been through too much. I didn't want to push it. I think if we want to have that talk with Cressel, to do it once Svetlana's not there, but I think right now we should just try to look, see what we can find. I don't think we get much more out of them right now.
Probably right.
So I guess we're gonna get our horses and head out to explore around and see if we can find either this Sneed guy or Sneak guy or somewhere that could be like where Creston got taken?
How are you gonna know if you found Stieg?
Don't we have his description?
No, you have his name.
Oh.
I was about to suggest. I was going to be like,
Maybe we should inquire a little bit more from a well, we know what we've learned from Keston. Perhaps the subordinate might have some information about this Sneak fella. Perhaps seen some things his superior did not.
Sure, I guess we could ask Thawd.
guess we're going to go looking for Thawd then.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping I was hoping to give Gillian the opportunity to jump in, but
Yeah, I mean, we're still waiting for Gillian. Already over halfway through the session.
Got like an hour left.
yeah.
But hey, you do what you're comfortable with, Joseph. If you're cool with it, I'm cool with it.
Yeah. No pressure. We were trying to give you opportunities. That's all. To pop in if you want to.
Yeah, Thawd is where he normally is, next to Creston, which at this point in the day would actually probably just be like lounging around out in the courtyard. I imagine Thawd and Creston Garrus are like sparring.
So Ray is gonna go over to them and say that.
So we're going to be heading out. And noted that there doesn't seem to be a description of this Thalgrim Sneeg, other than that he's Varisian. Is there anything else you can tell us about him so that we know him when we see him?
Yeah, he's a Varisian man. There aren't too many of them around here. Skin's a little bit darker than normal. Black hair. Pretty long for a guardsman. A little lankier than most. Kind of rat-faced. Varisian.
Like the casual racism. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just
Okay.
humans hate orcs, it's humans hate humans too.
Yeah.
Humans that hate anything that eat themselves.
Even a bunch of things that are themselves.
Hence why Brevois is just stated it is.
One Earth, but it only applies to people I like.
Yep.
All right. So the description we got from Keston is he has darker skin, like swarthy skin.
That he
I
has
don't know
what?
exactly dark. Swarthy skin, I guess. I mean, you said it's darker skin, but like darker than what? Darker than Rhea? A lot of people are darker than Rhea.
Yeah.
That's what he
Rhea-
said. He said darker skin.
It's like 90% of people are darker than Rhea.
Yeah. That's like if you were saying this to him right now, that would be his answer. That's the whole point. He's darker.
Do I feel like there's something Keston's not like divulging, something he might know but isn't willing to?
Give me a sense motive, you suspicious bastards.
I mean, I think it's just casual racism.
God damn it! It got stuck on the wall.
Dun dun dun. Stuck in the wall. That was my favorite game show as a kid. Yeah, believe what you already believe.
All right. Okay. So just to make sure I got it right, you gave the description was he is darker, he's Varisian, he is rat-faced, is lanky. He has long black hair.
Yeah.
Could be like any one of a whole bunch of people. Well, is there actually like a unifying trait? Like, do Varisians actually like all have certain appearance traits, or
Like all of that could be generalized into Varisians because they do have a little bit darker skin than most people for like where they live on the equator. And
Okay.
a lot of them do have black hair. And a lot of them are lengthier. But the rat-faced part is questionable.
I'm like, is he actually like, is he actually rat faced, or is it just like
He's
Keston
oh
being
my god.
Keston hating on Varisians and,
Like out
and
of
being like he's rat
character,
faced
no,
because he's a
rat-faced
Varisian?
not a way you would describe Varisians. Met a bunch of Varisians. They're not generally rat-faced. Maybe this one is, or he just thinks rats.
Sneak is secretly a Skaven. Oh my god.
He's a rat folk. He's a rat folk Varisian. He's a
Yeah,
half
maybe
rat
that's
folk,
the
half
fucking
human.
clue. He has black
Oh
hair.
god.
He's half
No.
rat folk, half.
No, no.
What if
no.
Fulgrim Sneeg is a rat folk with long black hair that he keeps tight except for the bottom for which is loose, and he's also the person who took Crest. They're all the same person.
I feel
Okay.
like we're trying to really jump into the like complete like circumstantial evidence kind of side of things.
Well, I think we're just joking about that out of character.
I know.
Ray is going to ask if there's any. Is there anything else you can tell us, like eye color or clothing he was wearing, that could help us pinpoint him if we do run into him? Because possible there's more than one Varisian about.
True. Man, have any more features than I described. I mean, they're find another Varisian out here. I would be surprised.
All right. Thank you, Keston.
Yeah. If you can get a confession out of Fulgrim Sneeg, and I'm not there to confirm it, still make sure you're.
Okay.
But
Gonna
not
try
in
to
like
make
a
sure
bad
his
way.
action-
Like, don't just get a Varisian to say he's Fulgrim Sneeg.
Of course not. I would never.
Rhea actually seems like it really is clear. Rhea would never even think about doing that. Like, her outrage at that thought is very genuine.
No, of course not. I just sometimes say something, I think about it, and I realize that it might have been taken a different way than it should have been.
Of course.
Very ungentlemanly the way he's speaking, right? Improper is a better word.
Yeah. Rhea is going to nod, and she's going to say that
I wish you luck with your training. Hopefully we'll find him.
Todd just says, thank you, my lady.
and Rhea will do sort of a curtsy, and then she will move away towards the stable. Yes.
You hear
Their
the sound
horses.
of swords.
As we're walking away, Dietrich is like,
That thought fellow doesn't do very good at fighting. I could take him down easy.
Well, he's a squire. And the looks of it, he might not have been his squire for very long.
That much is clear.
I mean, to be fair, if I was to pick up a sword, I imagine I would be quite a bit more inept than him.
And she sort of looks at her gloves as she says that.
With enough training, anyone could be decent at a fight. All a matter of how you apply yourselves to the craft.
It still sort of looks at the sword and then sort of like, she does not agree with you on that, but she's content to let you have the last word and just sort of nods. Is pretty sure that first of all, I'm pretty out of character. Rhea holding things is an adventure sometimes. So
I thought you were gonna say was beneath her.
no, no,
That's
I
why
would not say
Nessia
that
is
at
here.
all. No, I was just saying that for Rhea, literally holding things and fine like hand motions and motor stuff is a challenge at times.
So
Like
you're saying
picking
that
up
she's a
normal.
she's saying she's a klutz.
I'm saying that it hurts her.
Hurts her. Okay.
No, okay, never mind. Oh, like she's not that she's a. Hands are not right, man. You realize that?
Yeah, I get the idea.
Um, it's yeah. So she's clumsy doing it, and her hand and this can be pleasant. Anyway, go get the horses and prepare to head out.
Here's something I was just thinking about while you were talking about this, Steven. Like,
Yes.
hopefully one day Rhea's gonna be an old lady who just gets to spend her day in the sun doing whatever she wants to. And I imagine that, like, when she gets to the point where she can't be doing doing things herself, imagine how convenient it's gonna be that she has Nessia. Because, like, Nessia will literally just be able to do everything for her.
At some point, yeah.
Wow.
Like, she just has her own caretaker.
Yeah, in a way, that's true.
What a, like, even amongst privileged people, you are above averagely privileged.
Yeah, but like the thing is, I'm not okay. That was not the intent. It's just something that will that might have come up, that'll come up at some point later.
In, like, our epilogue.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Jacob?
In our epilogue.
I mean, the thing.
This is crazy.
And
what are you guys doing post conversation?
hang on, Joseph, I can't. A lot of background noise. Just saying.
Yeah, man, that can't understand anything if you're saying anything or if it's a movie in the background. I have no clue what's going on.
It's the TV, don't worry, not me. I'm just gonna turn on my mic now.
Oh, I mean, we are about to leave, and you said something about that's when you wanted to introduce your character.
So, you guys at the gate now?
I think we got our horses and are on our way out the gate to
Yeah.
go forth. Yeah.
Alright. Alright. As you, I guess right at the gate, you can see me cloaked, uh, uh, and approaching, of course. You can't see my face features because of the cloak. I'm well dressed. And I seem to walk towards this very specific person. One of you, of course. Um, and as I do, I just take my hood off and introduce myself very courtly. like towards um Ria. Um, I've been announced. I've been announcing myself as Gillian from House Orlowski. I humbly announce that I have come to deliver a message from our house. I explicitly um, show that the house is concerned that it has taken so long for uh, for her to um, f- uh, for results. So results, and as I do, I just circle around everyone, kind of scanning them from head to toe, and just trying to just study them while I just play around with this sort of necklace that has uh the sigil the symbol of Pharasma on it, and um I just keep on just and after I of course went through each and every one of you, I just stand up in front of Rhea again, um expecting her to recognize uh me somehow.
Uh,
Should she recognize you?
Um, uh, um, I don't know. Does she? We're from
uh,
the same house. Do you recognize me, or am I
I don't.
completely unfamiliar?
I don't know. I also like what is the substance of this? He says he has a message for her.
Yes. The house. It seems to be in a bit of a pickle. Nine does accept words, of course, but he's explaining how house how was the can pronounce the other Sokovia, was it?
Wait,
Where
what?
the house um
I mean, literally the group got here like 4 days ago, and like Rhea was sent by her uncle, who's the head of the house, like a week and a half ago. I don't know how the results would have been expected at this point. Like, I'm confused. Jacob, did you know about this stuff or?
Yeah. A couple things to note. Joseph, I don't know what's going on with your microphone setup, but your volume was all over the place the time you were talking. Anywhere from you yelling at us all the way down to us not being.
oh my god. How is that? Am I still that loud?
No, you're fine now.
Hmm, weird.
I imagine it has something to. Hi, Griffin.
I got it. Work.
Huzzah! Welcome back, Griffin. We are really
Nice.
glad to see you back, man.
For reals.
I wasn't gonna leave you hanging if I could help it. It just took me a lot longer than I thought it would.
We're glad to
We're just
have you
glad that you're
back.
back.
For real.
So,
Starlink, man, it takes like 20 minutes to reconnect.
Joseph is finally attempting to introduce his character. There is a very specific message that Gillian was sent here to provide Rhea and company with, and that message is on the behalf of your uncle. And there is an accompanying note that Joseph can provide you, or not Joseph, that Gillian can provide you with the house seal on it that hasn't been tampered with. That relays basically a version of what Gillian will tell you, which is that House Sertova has accused House Orvlovsky of directly attacking one of their caravans in midday, and they have a body of a minor Orlovsky family member, noble, in like stuff you would use if you're going to attack someone as their proof, along with a flimsy story.
Oh, okay.
And it seems like the head of your house has since then gone in, has like pulled himself away from the public eye. So there are a lot of rumors that are being thrown around right now about whether or not this actually happened.
Oh, okay. That is very concerning. I definitely will read that.
And it basically suggests that, like, since you're already down here, it's probably best if you stay down here for a while. Which I know was already the plan, but it's a warning.
Yeah.
And on the note, it actually makes mention of something that Gillian wouldn't tell you, which is that your uncle wants Gillian to remain with you until this whole thing blows over.
Okay. And so I will read the missive. And
You got linguistics?
does Rhea have linguistics?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
She will read the missive, and then she will Okay, that was the other thing. So how is Gillian related? Is he like a distant relation? Like, where in the family tree is he from?
So with these noble houses, there's the main branch, and then for all of them, there's a bunch of different subfamilies that take care of different aspects of the house's dealings and represent them in different places. So there's like literally like probably anywhere from like half a dozen all the way up to a couple dozen families that can claim your name depending on which house you are. So he's related to you, but not knowing who he is fine. He's probably an extremely distant cousin of yours that has generations and generations of separation.
Okay.
Like, both of you aren't terribly important in the House Orlovsky like family tree in the grand scheme of things, but you're both a part of it, right?
Right.
But then again, you know, could just be impersonating the person he claims to be. Could be a fake.
Yeah. I guess Rhea's a bit more. She's from the main branch, but she's a child of a second, of like the second son in the thing. So yeah. So okay. Yeah. I don't think Rhea necessarily recognizes him. She's gonna read through the missive. Thank you for bringing me this news, and Lord expects for you to remain with us at the moment, since it is dangerous for any of us to return to Brevoy.
Griffin, how much of this conversation is Darkassian listening?
He's listening to all of it.
Okay. man in front of you seems kind of familiar.
Ooh.
Hmm?
Oh boy. Oh, the silence is killing me.
Yeah.
Griffin, are you here?
He just lost character, so I don't think he is.
I think he lost connection right after that.
That would involve you guys talking.
Yeah, so Rhea comments that well Rhea spoke last, so I guess it's Gillian.
Alright, Jack Cassian's back.
Okay,
You back?
welcome back, Griffin.
Is everything okay?
Let's see how long it stays okay, but yes.
Okay. You hear what I said to you?
You said the man looked familiar, and I said, should I try to examine his face and see if I can recall it?
Yeah, straight up. Like,
Awesome. As soon as Fantasy Grounds reloads, I will do that.
good
Unless you
point.
want to do it for me.
I can throw that out there for you.
Awesome.
I didn't think of that.
Is there like bad weather for you or something, Griffin?
Yeah, it usually doesn't happen. It's usually not this bad. Usually it's like 5 seconds, and then you guys know I'm fine the rest of the night, but tonight's just been different.
I hope everything clears up, man.
It's alright.
Sorry, if you don't
I'm
mind.
sorry for you guys. I don't mean to keep dropping out on you guys.
It's all good. If you don't
I
mind
know
me
we're just
asking.
we're just glad it's okay.
Yeah. If you don't mind me asking, what part of the
I threw it in
East
there
Bay-
just in case.
Yeah, like maybe
I'm in West Virginia.
maybe you saw him in like Rostov. Like you seem to recall this like faint memory that like this man might have been part of. You're like walking through by like a public fountain. There was like a
Did he pay for my
bard.
cortisone services?
No, no, not at all. There was like you're like this memory's creeping up on you. You know that feeling where you're like little deja vu that like churns into a full blown memory. And you're like, oh yeah, that thing. Kind of having that happen right now. You seem to recall like a bard at the like public fountain was like trying to riot a bunch of people and like get him to be like super unrowdy, and he was like failing at getting them all together. And like you remember like Gillian being one of the other members of this like crowd.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Yes, Gillian does not remember this.
Well, I mean, he hasn't brought it up yet.
Does he
So-
appear to recognize me at all? And he sort of like glances towards me like, oh, yeah, I think I may know that guy.
Gillian, wanna give me a straight up intelligence roll?
Sure. Let me just. All right. Do I just click intelligence?
On
Yeah.
the row that says bonus with the dice, normally it has a dice next to it if you can either double
Yeah.
click that box or click and drag it into the chat.
Yeah.
Nope, that's not no, that's the score. I want the box with the dice next to it. There you
it
go.
is.
Yeah, you don't recall Darcassian. Griffin,
So,
All right.
Darkassian definitely like there's more to this that you can't quite pull. There's more to this memory fading.
I hope I was a good guy.
I mean, he didn't tell you that he.
I think the last thing that was said specifically at Gillian was Rhea saying that
From the letter, um, my Lord Uncle, Uncle, um, the Lord Orlovsky wants you to remain with us for the foreseeable future due to risks to both of us if we go back to Brevoy right now.
I whisper
No,
in
you
Rhea's
probably-
ear, "Let this man looks familiar," and I tell her that he may or may not be a John. I'm not sure.
Rhea does not seem to let this phase her and continue and continues say that
I know you probably were expecting just to deliver the message, but given the risk involved in returning to Brevoy, it's probably for the best if you adhere to that and stay with us.
Got a little bit of information. It does seem strange for someone in your uncle's position to be worrying about such a.
All right. To Rhea's response, I guess Killian's just going to bow and just thank her for the chance to accompany be them. Although his face shows a little bit of um, I guess he's feeling a little bit annoyed because he wasn't expecting to stay.
So hold on. So you were saying that it is odd, like him caring enough to send a letter to Rhea makes or would make some sense because he's her uncle. But sending a very caring specifically about one who's from one of the more distant family branches and is somewhat like that is odd. You're saying
Yeah,
she
it's
would note that as
abnormal.
unusual. Okay.
Seeing the sort of tense situation this thing goes, Dietrich just kind of trots forward just a little bit, be like,
Well, things are a lot more interesting out here than I would expect of any kingdom. You're safe as long as you stay with us, and as long as we continue this adventure.
Does Gillian feel about a hobgoblin telling them that?
Yeah. Um. I guess he would be a little bit surprised. He never seen one up close. Uh. And he's just try avoids being too close and saying um too much.
You would notice, because Dietrich doesn't exactly hide it very well, but you do notice there's like a badge with House Labita's symbol on his belt.
He's affiliated with one of the noble houses. He works for one of them.
Yeah.
Which Labita is one of the ones that has been generally friendly, like Orlovsky and House Orlovsky and House Labita are generally friendly with each other.
Yeah, they have one of the more, at least when it comes to positive ones. Question is, how did a hobgoblin get something?
Yeah.
Oh, so now I'm the suspect, huh? Okay.
No, Rhea would if Gillian is like notably stink-eyeing Dietrich, Rhea will comment that
Sound like
in
it.
our trap.
is Gillian notably stink-eyeing Dietrich.
I mean, I'm not stink guiling him. I'm just, surprised to see in his kind affiliated with noble houses at Noro. Gillian is.
Does Gillian mention any of this out loud?
No, he's just he's I guess he's showing it rather than saying it. So all of this is just him just trying not to stay too close. Um just nodding at his responses, not saying much. Um staying feeling a bit safer closer to, I guess, um member of his house rather than anyone else.
Okay. I don't know why, but I'm suddenly having difficulty popping up my character sheets in Fantasy Ground.
Because I'm here and I have internet plague.
Yes. It could be a memory leak. I don't know if that's a thing that Fantasy Grounds has. You could try reopening it. That helps. It's hard for me to comment on it when I'm the host and you guys have to connect to me.
Okay, I got the sheets open again. That was weird. There we go. Oh, I was going to have sense motive on Gillian.
Gotta be more specific. You can't just say I'm rolling a die at a person.
Okay. She's trying to figure out why Gillian is hovering by her.
Okay.
Is that specific enough for it, or?
I mean, like,
Okay.
I feel like there's not. If will like blow my mind.
Okay, so this is Nessia looking and Rhea looking. That's Nessia. Nessia's better at it than Rhea is, but Rhea looking.
Like Gillian doing anything to hide the fact that you're hovering close.
Like hide it? No, he's being pretty obvious about it. He's just being close to her.
I don't know. I feel like, and I'm speaking on behalf of Joseph, that like Rhea should be able to get that like here. So
Okay, that makes sense. So Rhea will say that
In my time traveling with my companions here, I have been, have not done anything to lead me to believe that they would do anything untoward to you, and they have been faithful traveling companions. So I would not worry about them.
All right. Upon Rhea's words, I guess Gillian would um be less tense and trust on what she said about them, and I guess lower his guard a bit.
I offer a moon radish. You missed out on those. I feel like if he's joining the group, he should get a moon radish. I give him one of my moon radishes.
I guess Gillian being from whatever branch noble house he's from, he's not used to seeing moon radishes, and he just looks at it with both curiosity and disgust, and like just ask, what is that?
you're not even sure if they're real.
Like,
Oh,
is he directing that question towards me?
Oh,
I
towards
mean,
Darkassian.
yeah.
Oh,
because Darkassin offered him
Um,
a radish.
I don't know, man. We came across some kobolds. They look to be having fun with them. I feel like you missed out on them. I got quite a few, so I have some moon radishes to spare. If you're going to be joining the group, here are some moon radishes.
Um, I mean, it's really rude to for Noble to just not accept the gift. So I guess he's just picks it up. I guess he grabs it with two fingers. And he just thank you. and he just um tries to carefully, I don't know, put it away, and he says, "I'll make sure to make use of this gift, sir."
Sarkasson says no problem, like he's done the guy a huge favor.
I love it.
Right. So on that, that's something that Darkasson would know because Ray would have told the others about this. But Darkasson wasn't. Griffin, you weren't here. Upon showing moon radishes to Svetlana, Svetlana said that she would pay 200. I think it was 250 gold if we were to get a full basket of moon radishes and bring them back for her.
Oh, we messed up.
We can go back and collect moon radishes, but
Then
also Creston is
Does-
missing.
Does she pay for kobold pelts as well?
Oh god.
We didn't ask about that.
It might come up later.
I
What
thought
time
you
you get
guys
these
were
radishes?
cool with the fucking cold.
No, we're
just made
cool with the
nice
kobolds.
them.
Yeah, we're not
But if
gonna
they
go.
try to stop us from getting these radishes,
If it turns out that it takes too many radishes, then we might just forgo the 250 gold because we don't want to kill the kobold friends.
we could probably negotiate a bushel of radishes from our kobold buddies.
If we do the math, we can figure out the value of life in Darkassian's eyes. We just need to divide the amount of gold you guys will get by the number of kobolds you met. We'll figure out how valuable a life is to Darkassian.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And so the edge continues to grow sharper.
Okay, so,
Uh,
I think that right now, okay. So Rhea would also let Gillian know that we are about to be heading out, to explore the surrounding area, and we're also to also look for one of my friends who seems to vanish. We're going to be exploring, looking around and seeing what we can find. We're also looking for this Algrim Sneeg, who's a criminal who's been described as lithe, Scythian, dark-skinned, and rat-faced, according to the description of the person looking for him. So, keep your eyes open. And if you see a man with a giant sword, he's our friend, and we're trying to find him.
Not a euphemism. His sword is actually giant.
Okay.
Rhea does the gesture again, like the showing the size of the sword that is actually, even if she does as wide as her arms go, the sword is still bigger. But she's like,
I guess Gilliam just narrows his eyes and tries to read through her gesturing. It's like thinking, did she eat a radish while she looked at his sword, like not believing the through ginormous sword that such a ginormous sword could be even carried around.
Oh god.
Like doing a hand gesture for like a fucking standard longsword.
yeah, no, like
Aw.
that wouldn't be that absurd. Like the gesture she would be making, she's just like gesturing for like a giant sword.
Does she do this often?
Oh, she just had done that earlier as a thing when she was talking about the fact that Creston had gone missing, and was like gesturing about the fact that he has the huge. As a descriptor, the most iconic thing and obvious thing that somebody would notice upon seeing Creston is that he has a sword that's taller than he is.
I'm just throwing out that your descriptions are worse than Keston's.
oh god, my head, my brain.
Keston, not to be confused with Cressel or Creston.
No, what was so bad about Rhea's description was saying that if you see the guy with the man with the enormous sword, literally, because you can't miss his sword because it's giant. Okay, yes, I know sword can be a euphemism, but she's referring to it as
No, I'm just saying.
He gave you more details. They might not have been as specific as a giant sword, but there was volume. I'm
Yeah.
giving you a hard time.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay. So we basically
We're about to be heading out. If you believe you can join us, it would be great. If not, I'm sure that Oleg and Lana would be happy to you up for an evening.
If
They've been a friend of mine.
if you'll allow it, I'll be happy to assist you as best I can in this journey, in this quest.
Okay.
He bows and just
out of character, for some reason I feel like that letter is forged.
Yeah?
Yes, in character, Rhea thinks there's something fishy. You know, out of character, I feel like that letter was forged.
So, which
yeah.
direction should we go?
We'd look at the map.
I mean, the hex you're in hasn't been, nor has the one that I have revealed. So you had reference on the map. Start with
Oh.
those two.
I didn't know that we hadn't technically explored Oleg's. That was.
No, you just knew, like, you just followed the road, so I gave you that, so you had an idea of where.
I thought
Okay,
maybe
well,
okay.
I guess maybe we should start with exploring Oleg's trading post's hex.
Get some survival checks from everyone.
Okay.
No, I believe you said no survival check for Nessia.
Oh. I need to just start dragging and trauma because I seem to have better luck with that.
Going out there, Joseph.
there it is. Yeah.
That one just kind of lingered for some reason.
Yeah.
I
I
don't know
mean,
why it threw out an intelligence for me.
yeah, well, you did roll survival too though, so that's good. Rhea's untrained. Wait, can you roll survival untrained? That's I have the wrong sheet open. Hold on. And Nessia's sheet open, which would not be very helpful.
The woman unskilled in survival is the one who rolls the highest.
the lady who is horrible at this rolls a 19.
Nice.
Hey, I mean, good rolls can come from anywhere, I guess.
Yeah. I do
Okay,
like
so
the value of life in Darkassen's eyes. 60 gold and 5 silver.
you are having to travel at foot speed
Kobold life.
because Gillian doesn't have a horse, but it will.
Back at the camp, we would have offered to
Give
since
him the.
Creston's
Oh.
not around at the moment.
Didn't we get a 5th horse? Didn't we find
Yeah.
the extra horse for the 5th person when they joined?
Yeah, we had
Let him
5.
use that horse.
Fair. They're the kind of things we talk about. About assumption.
Yes.
What
Make an
did
ass out of you and me.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You guys spend the day exploring the plains. Very windy, as one would expect. Terrain, it's just like someone dropped a rag on the floor. But
Any cool plants or anything?
There really isn't much out here besides the road and Oleg's trading post. There's maybe one other thing, but we won't worry about it.
We
I worry
won't.
about it.
Maybe Dietrich will worry about it,
Okay.
but we
Mm,
won't worry about it.
Why? Can we worry about it?
You can worry about it all you want.
Okay.
But
Okay.
can I know what it is I'm worried about?
Why don't you tell me what you're worried about?
I don't know. What
If
am
you
I
don't
worried
know, then
about?
you don't need to worry about it. That's why I said maybe.
God damn it.
Clearly,
You're
it's
worried
not.
about an unknown thing. Unknown.
Clearly,
This is-
Dietrich wouldn't be worrying about it. Problem
I don't-
solved.
I don't know what it is that I need to be. I don't even know what's
Exactly.
going on. I
All
don't
gonna be
even know
okay.
what's out there.
That alone, it's worrisome.
Okay, so, um, so was that survival check for like what was that? What was that survival check for?
So sometimes I'll have you guys roll one for like the exploration itself. And then once we're done with exploration, I always have you guys do survival checks for food gathering.
So was that the exploration one or was that the food gathering one?
That was the exploration.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, I have half a mind to have to say that like we should just return to Oleg's for the night, but but we're in that square, or would that actually not be something we could do?
No, you could do that.
It would make sense.
Spend the day out checking out the plains, realizing that much like you expected, there isn't much going on, at least in this part. I wouldn't be surprised if you came across some travelers throughout the day. Like, the road gets used, is like if you're heading south, it's how you get into Brevoy, but it's not
Oh
like.
wait, I just thought of something that you mentioned. You mentioned he's worrying about something. Do I see the two travelers that passed by us while we were camping at the Thorn River camp? Like, do I
Clever
notice those two
girl.
people? Do what?
It said clever girl.
I just remembered that.
You do. On your way back to Oleg's.
Interesting.
Like they're heading
Well-
north.
Hold on.
I point out to the rest of the party that those two are passing by our camp after on the night that we took out the bandits.
Oh. You think we should eat them?
I mean, I suppose it couldn't hurt.
All right, so I guess we'll ride over and say hello.
Okay. You ride on over towards them, and they're in the middle of the plain, and they don't have anywhere to run away from you. So they definitely don't. But as you approach, you can see that they've both drawn weapons.
Rhea will call out that
There is no need for alarm. We mean you no harm, and we just saw fellow travelers, and we would introduce ourselves. And
could I roll diplomacy?
Yeah.
Convince them that in fact we do not mean them any harm. Okay.
The responses. Okay. A half elf that you saw 2 nights before. Seems a little skeptical, but kind of shrugs a shoulder towards her friend, kind of bumping into him. Friend kind of relaxes at that. What what are you doing this far south from the road?
we were exploring.
Explorers, huh? No, they had many of those out here. Normally, you only run into trappers.
There's quite a lot to see, even if, well, a lot of the same. He sort of gestures at the planes and how they seem to go on in every direction.
There's a certain beauty to it.
Is there?
Was that in character?
Oh no, no. I was speaking to my brother. Sorry.
I will say there's a certain beauty to almost anything. If you're looking for it, the trading post is just a bit north of here.
Yeah, we know where the trading post.
We're
Thank
just on our
you.
way back.
That's convenient. So are we.
So, you know what brought us here? What brings you traveling so far from the roads?
We're trappers.
I would like to see if they're bullshitting us.
Do
Yeah,
they
give
have like
me a sense
animal
motive.
skins and stuff? Oh, I mean, I was asking the just sort of from just a basic look. They have like animal skins and stuff like that.
No.
Oh yes, that was close.
that was very close to being something else.
That was close to being a 5.
What you want to know if they're lying to you about being trappers?
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not trappers. Come on, they're not trappers.
They're not trappers.
I kind of just whisper into Rhea's ears.
There's no way they're trappers. Just look at them.
And he kind of just
Right.
rides around to the rear of, kind of just just kind of trots around to the back, kind of surround him a bit.
Oh yeah, that's not gonna let that happen. As soon as you
Oh.
start rotating to the point where like they have the stress to look in either direction at multiple of you, they both start backing away.
I mean, if they're not trackers, what are they? I somehow perceive that?
I don't think you can perceive what exactly they are.
I mean, through what they wear, maybe, or what they carry. Is there anything particular?
Yeah, knowledge local check.
I I do not know what knowledge local is.
I'm sure you don't have it.
Sadly, I don't think any of us has knowledge local.
It's a skill check.
uh,
Like you do not have knowledge history, knowledge religion.
yes, I do.
Well, hang on.
So Rhea is going to call out.
We saw you, by the bandit camp at Horn River.
See like if that shakes them at all, or if they respond or anything.
Yeah, as your hobgoblin friend is trying to get around them, maybe we should talk about this at Oleg's.
Sure.
Start like slowly walking that way.
That's fine. We can speak about it there.
I could get behind that.
And Rhea is instantly, when Dietrich comes back, she's gonna sort of whisper, whisper to Dietrich.
No, surrounding the people who are wary is probably not a good way to make friends.
If they're here to make friends.
If
Mm,
they're more of the bandits that Oleg's dealt with, then Oleg can tell us when they get there. Otherwise, could just be people who aren't comfortable talking about what they're here for.
I suppose. Just know that I'm very wary of strangers.
I agree they're kind of suspicious, but we should, should try to find out. Be overtly threatening.
Deidre just gives kind of a slight nod. And just kind of backs off back towards the group.
Alright, so I guess we head back towards the trading post with the half-elf and the human. Well, actually, what do they look like?
The half elf and the human. Well, I'll give you this. Neither of them look Varisian.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just was I was like, so is it like what are like the genders of the people?
No, they're both men. They both seem pretty young. Then again, it is a half elf, so it can be hard to tell with them. They're both wearing like very like average looking travel clothes. They look just as bad as most people that are going through here. Um and they seem to
So
be
they-
traveling very lightly. And it seems like I guess that's really all I can give you about what they're wearing. I guess I can give you both of them are of average build for their races. There is light brown hair on top of that human's head. The a similar shade of hair on top of the half elf. They look similar to each other, maybe distantly related. And human seems to like definitely be kind of just following whatever the half elf does. Kind of tell that from the multiple encounters you've had with them.
Okay. Rhea is going to say,
I apologize for my comrade's suspiciousness. My name is Rhea, and it is a pleasure to meet the both of you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. The human jumps in after that as well. Definitely a pleasure.
Do you care to share your names?
That's Butch. Call me Maggie.
Oh, out of character. That's the most bullshit names I've ever heard. I'm sorry. Oh, these guys are shitting out their ears right now. Like they're lying through their faces.
yeah, okay. I think
Oh,
even like Rhea, even without Rhea is not particularly good at sense motives roles, but she is basically these people definitely seem suspicious to her too now. Especially with they didn't answer with their names when she introduced herself, and then they gave these names that sound like really fake aliases.
just know that Dietrich's eyes narrow even more than they already were.
She's still certainly willing to. We're gonna go back to the trading post and work it all out there.
They're not gonna talk with you guys unless you try talking to them.
I mean, aren't we talking to them? I mean, they to them.
We were also
I
just
think
talking about us like continuing. I was just throwing that out there. Like unless you guys start a conversation with them, they will be silent the rest of the walk. It's gonna take multiple hours. They're not on horse.
Okay. Well, I guess then we'll make our way back to the trading post and not be talking to them too much. Rhea is going to. I don't think Rhea's gonna. I don't think Rhea has anything in particular she'd be saying right now. So, make our way back.
Dietrich, you notice that the human very, very tense when this whole venture begins, but both of them seem to relax the closer and closer you guys get. It's a lot more apparent on the human part, a lot easier.
Dietrich just Dietrich tries to focus both attention on both of them, but he does kind of narrow in a bit on focus in a bit on the human, especially.
Definitely the
And the way you say this, it's as if these guys are villains that we're supposed to be like pressing, but at the same time, they might not. Though they've been kind of suspicious, they haven't actually done anything.
I mean, aren't we supposed to look for radishes?
No, we weren't looking for the radishes today. We know where the radishes are.
Yeah.
Rhea was just Rhea was I was just up. Actually, I don't think Rhea has actually talked to Gillian about the radishes. The only thing you know about the radishes is that Darkassin gave you one. When I was saying that, I was filling Darkassin in on something he would have been told earlier because he wasn't
Okay.
because Griffin kept dropping it out.
Are the strange people close by?
I think we're kind of just following them back to the post right now.
At
I
a
mean-
very slow horse speed, since they're on foot and we are on horse.
I want to try catching up to them and initiating a friendly conversation with them.
okay.
That I guess I introduce myself and I begin to talk to them about my journey arriving to Oleg's post, trying to at least get them to open up to me somehow.
Okay, well, try.
Right. Try. I can certainly try.
One
What
RP, RP.
Yeah.
Yeah. For it, man.
Okay.
But you know what? Maybe we should wait until next week. How about that?
Okay.
Okay.
Wait till next week.
I just want to point out, Steven, that I'm glad Ray is there because Dietrich would definitely go full bad cop on these guys at the moment of the slightest bit of bullshit. So Ray being the good cop, kind of holding the leash in the interrogation, kind of helps keep him reined back a bit because his predatory senses were tingling like no tomorrow.
Well, these guys are definitely. Rhea definitely thinks there's something suspicious here. But the thing is, sometimes people who are just wary of things are just suspicious. Or come off as being. Sometimes somebody can be completely legit, but because they're worried that you're not, can come off as super suspicious. So she doesn't want to like jump and do something bad.
Yeah.
You guys are officially 18.6% of the way done
Woohoo.
with the exploration.
Woo!
Yay.
18.6.
Yeah. I think that's right.
Yeah. So we haven't explored. So the tiles we have explored are Oleg's trading post, the Radish Patch, and the Thorn River Camp.
Yeah.
Not explored the road tile above Oleg's.
No.
I have a feeling next session is going to be a mass exploration effort.
That'll be pretty cool, and we can go back to the Radish Patch and see if we can work something out with the kobolds. If they're there.
Hypothetically, you could get like, I don't think it'd be unreasonable to get like half a dozen tiles done in a session.
Yeah. Just we're a lot. We got slowed down a bit by Creston vanishing. There was a bunch of RP that we had to do, which I think was pretty dang good RP for character growth stuff. Interesting.
I love
had a new-
everything that happened.
Okay.
How'd you feel, Joseph? You're the newest one here.
How I feel regarding to the
Game?
radish?
Yes, the radishes.
Yes,
The
specifically
radish is
the
just gonna
radish.
be a meme throughout the entire campaign.
Actually,
we-
an emoji up to this point.
Right? Steven, can we get your artist to do a radish photo for us?
I mean, I think we could, but I don't know. Like, I have no idea what the price point would be on a giant radish.
Ask them how much they charge.
It should be our house motto, you know? Just radish and chill.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be our castle symbol for when we build our own town. It's just going to be a giant freaking radish.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, that's going to be Dark Hassan's symbol.
House. What's
Because he's the one
Darkassen's
who's so
last
big
name?
on the radish.
That's concerning.
I don't think that Rhea is on board with it being our kingdom's symbol, but it can certainly be Dark Hassan's symbol.
What does Nessa think, though?
Yeah. What is...
Does Nessia think?
Yeah.
Nessia agrees with Rhea.
Technically,
Does-
they are of one mind.
Does Darkassen have a last name?
Sadly,
does
just
he?
Griffin isn't here, so.
Oh, we lost him.
Yeah, Dark Hassan, something radish. Like we'll give him a name based on the radishes.
And we House Darkassen's flag is just gonna be a radish with a crescent moon in the background.
Darkasted edge radish.
Yeah, that sounds like Dark Hassan. But I think Jacob was trying to ask you, Joseph, how you enjoyed the session.
Well, I mean, how you felt about it. I'm not gonna assume you enjoyed it. I hope you did, but I'm not gonna assume you did. If anything, I'm gonna assume you hated it, because then no matter how you respond, I at least feel okay with the answer.
It was interesting. I learned a lot from Oleg and Stevana and the radishes. Yeah, there was a lot going on.
There was.
I mean, Gillian, as Gillian, of course, he's lost. He was sent to deliver a message, and now he's stuck with people he does not know. And that's it. Um, as a player, I think it's like I said, it's really interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it all unravels.
Hear it. With that answer, I'll add the fifth and final player to the list of notes with.
Yeah, welcome to the club, man. We're glad to have you.
Thank you.
This will be fun seeing how this works out going forward.
Yeah. And don't worry about it, man. Especially when you first start with the role playing and stuff, it can be it's an adventure to get into it. Especially talking in character and all that. Like, I've been doing it for years, which is why like I slip into it with Rhea pretty easily, just the talking, but it definitely it takes some adjusting too, and it's a lot of fun once you get into it though.